Chapter 189. Soon, Yi Xian arrived at the newcomer's residential area of the Profound Department. However, before he could enter, he saw a large group of people standing in a line outside. Everyone was holding a cloth bag and handing it to someone else. What's going on? Yi Xian ran over in surprise and found that Zhao Pan and Jiang Xian were also in the line. He immediately shouted, "Fatty bro." Zhao Pan, who was in the crowd, heard this voice and immediately turned around. When he saw Yi Xian, his face immediately lit up with joy. However, before Yi Xian could approach, another voice called out to him. "Disciples of the Underworld Palace. What are you doing here?" Yi Xian stopped in his tracks when he saw a young man walking towards him. "I'm looking for a friend," Yi Xian replied. They were all disciples of the same sect, so he had to return the favor. "Looking for a friend? Then you wait here until they've paid up." The young man waved his hand and gestured for Yi Xian to stand to the side. "Pay up." Yi Xian's expression changed when he heard this. "I remember that the Underworld Palace has this rule as well. Don't you know? Every new disciple has to pay 5,000 low-grade crystal stones every month, and they have to pay for a year." After the young man finished his explanation, he chuckled and said, "If you haven't paid yet, you can give it to me." "Then who does the payment go to in the end?" Yi Xian continued to ask. At the same time, he glanced at the people around him and found that there were more than 200 people here. If each person paid 5,000 low-grade crystals, then it would be 1 million per month, which was equivalent to 10,000 mid-grade crystals. 10,000 mid-grade crystals per month, then 120,000 a year. This was not a small amount. After all, he had worked hard for more than 20 days and only earned a little more than 10,000. After Yi Xian asked this question, the young man became impatient and shouted, "Why are you asking so many questions? Why do you have so much nonsense?" After he finished speaking, he slapped Yi Xian across the face. A mere true energy intermediate stage cultivator dared to be so arrogant. A crisp sound rang out, but it was not the sound of a hand slapping his face. Instead, it was the sound of bones breaking. The young man paused for a moment before his expression became extremely sinister. Then, he let out a miserable shriek, "Aw!" When the group of people saw this scene, they couldn't help but open their mouths wide. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. Trouble, big trouble. They saw Yi Xian break the young man's arm. "Yi Xian, what are you doing?" Zhao Pan hurriedly shouted and ran over. The young man also reacted. He shouted and attacked Yi Xian, but his fist was still in the air when Yi Xian kicked it away. He could not believe that he had been crippled by a true element intermediate stage martial artist. "Stinking brat, even if you're from the Underworld Palace, don't even think of leaving today." Another two peak true energy boundary cultivators rushed over, but without exception, they were all sent flying by Yi Xian. "Who said I wanted to leave?" Yi Xian said coldly. He then glanced at Zhao Pan and asked, "Fatty bro, what's going on?" You're in big trouble. They're from the Great Tang Dynasty." Zhao Pan said with a panicked expression. "So what if they're from the Great Tang Dynasty?" Yi Xian knew that Zhao Pan was referring to the Great Tang Dynasty and not the Great Tang Dynasty's camp. After all, the war between the dynasties had already ended. He's in charge of collecting the money and handing it over. However, even though the people you beat up are from the Great Tang Dynasty, you've also offended 5 different powers. Zhao Pan's face twitched violently. Yi Xian was puzzled. He continued to ask, "Which 5 powers?" "The Great Song, Great Yan, Great Tang, and Great Zhou dynasties send people to the Soaring Firmament Mansion every year. Therefore, their people have long gathered together and formed the 4 great powers. Apart from that, there's also the Divine Prefecture Alliance. The Divine Prefecture Alliance was established by a few families from the central province. They're the strongest, Zhao Pan said. The central province. Yi Xian had some understanding of this place. The soaring firmament mansion was in the eastern province, the heavenly Yuan sect was in the southern province, and the central province was in the eastern province. In addition to recruiting people from the four great dynasties, the soaring firmament mansion also went to the central province to find geniuses. If one were to calculate, the number of people from the central province was almost equal to the total number of people from the four great dynasties. So you're saying that after the money is collected, it'll be divided among the five great powers? Yi Xian somewhat understood. That's right. Since you beat them up, it's equivalent to making an enemy out of the five great powers. This is bad. They've already gone to call for reinforcements. You should quickly leave. Zhao Pan noticed that a few people from the great Tang dynasty had already left. He immediately prepared to pull Yi Xian away. So what? Yi Xian didn't move after hearing that. Heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. Although there was a huge gap between the profound department and the inner palace, there were still many experts in the profound department. There were even some half-step origin core realm experts. If this was any other place, Yi Xian would naturally hide like a coward. However, he could run away, but the temple couldn't. This was the soaring firmament mansion. If he left, then the trouble would fall on Zhao Pan. Therefore, he definitely couldn't leave. The 200 or so disciples who had just entered the profound department mansion looked at each other. They were not as ignorant as Yi Xian. They all looked at each other as if they were waiting to watch a good show. Soon, a burly man wearing the profound department mansion's uniform came over with a group of people. You're the one who beat up my people? The burly man quickly walked over and his gaze landed on Yi Xian. This was because he was the only one present who wore the underworld mansion's uniform. That's right. Yi Xian nodded immediately. Newborn calves are truly fearless. Do you think that just because you're a disciple of the underworld mansion, your status is higher than that of the profound department mansion? The burly man questioned. I don't think so. Yi Xian shook his head. The burly man immediately shouted angrily, then do you think that this fatty won't have to pay after beating them up? You have a lot of questions. Can't you get to the point? Yi Xian sighed and said impatiently. How dare you? The point is, don't think that you'll leave unscathed today. As soon as the burly man finished speaking, his entire body swept out like a cheetah. His speed was so fast that he arrived in front of Yi Xian in the blink of an eye. Then, he threw out a punch. Bang! Suddenly, a fist collided with his hand. Two bursts of profound energy collided, instantly creating a huge shockwave that sent Zhao Pan flying. The burly man was shocked and exclaimed, Middle stage true profound realm. Your adjudicator song. How is that possible? Yi Xian smiled faintly. Suddenly, another wave of profound chi surged out and sent the burly man flying in an instant. Second level roar. If you're not adjudicator song, then why are you at middle stage true profound realm? The burly man covered his right hand and asked in puzzlement. He was an old disciple of the profound department mansion. Naturally, he had heard that there was a super genius in the great Song dynasty called Adjudicator Song. His strength had already reached middle stage true profound realm. However, he had seen a portrait of Adjudicator Song. The latter had a tall figure and wasn't the one in front of him at all. End of chapter. Chapter 190. Is Adjudicator Song the only one allowed to be at the middle stage of the true darkness realm? Furthermore, he entered the heavenly abode. Look at my clothes. Is this what a disciple of the heavenly abode should wear? Yi Xian smirked. He thought that Adjudicator Song had covered it up well. No one knew that he had broken through to the peak stage of the true darkness realm. Humph, I don't care who you are. You're going to die here today. The burly man did not say anything else and rushed forward. He was careless just now. He was afraid that he would kill Yi Xian with a single punch, so he was forced to retreat by Yi Xian. Now, it was time for real. However, he was not the only one who was serious. Yi Xian had also ignited his fighting spirit. Ever since he had broken through, he had not had a proper fight. The burly man in front of him was also at the middle stage of the true darkness realm. Hence, he wanted to see how capable the senior disciple of the soaring heaven mansion was. Boom! In an instant, the two figures exchanged blows. The intense collision of the two profound chi caused a huge explosion that spread throughout the entire mountain. It could even be heard in other parts of the profound department. At the same time, the disciples present were stunned. They were only at the true energy realm. Even the peak true energy realm disciples would not be able to catch Yi Xian and the burly man's movements. They could only see a series of afterimages and deafening sounds. This guy is finished. He just entered the soaring heaven mansion and he already offended the Tang dynasty. Let's talk about that later. Tang Mang is an expert ranked more than 100 on the profound list. We don't even know if that guy can survive. How pitiful. He came to find a friend, but he didn't expect to encounter such a thing. How sad. However, an ordinary middle stage of the true darkness realm would have been sent flying by Tang Meng's slap. This guy is actually able to hold on. Although these people could not see Yi Xian's movements clearly, they could hear that the battle was very intense. This level of battle was more powerful. If one was not careful, one could be paralyzed. In any case, not many people present were optimistic about Yi Xian. Boom! 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 In the short span of 10 seconds, Yi Xian and the brawny man had already exchanged dozens of blows, and the outcome was still undecided. This brawny man was quite strong, but he was relying on a high-grade spirit-level martial art. Without this high-grade spirit-level martial art, he would have been instantly defeated by Yi Xian. Ha! Ha, so you don't know any high-grade spirit-level martial arts. Since that's the case, then lie down for me. The burly man suddenly burst into laughter, and his aura skyrocketed. Mountain River Palm, one palm shatters the mountains and rivers. A burst of extremely violent profound energy was condensed together. With a slap of the burly man's hand, this burst of energy was struck out by him, directly hitting Yi Xian. This palm strike was his trump card, and there weren't many people at the same level who could take it head-on. Therefore, he decided to use this palm strike to determine the outcome of the battle. Facing this palm, Yi Xian's expression turned extremely solemn. However, he did not dodge. Instead, he met the attack with a punch. Middle-grade spirit-level martial art, Azure Dragon Strength. Bang! An earth-shattering sound reverberated, and the entire battlefield was filled with smoke and dust, enveloping the two of them. He won. The disciples of the great Tang dynasty looked at each other. If the burly man's palm strike landed on their bodies, it would definitely shatter all the bones in their bodies. Yi Xian would definitely not be able to take it. However, the reality exceeded everyone's expectations. Not only did Yi Xian take the attack, he even counterattacked with ease. Azure Dragon Force, get lost. Yi Xian's strength had reached its peak. He took the burly man's palm strike with a punch, and then punched the burly man's abdomen directly. Bang! The burly man's clothes on his back were shattered by the force. His entire body bent into a bow as he was sent flying. If a tiger doesn't show its might, do you think I'm a sick cat? Yi Xian snorted coldly. Just now, he had only used the low-grade spirit-level martial art, Tiger Wolf Roar, to fight against the burly man. However, the Azure Dragon Force that he was using now was a mid-grade spirit-level martial art, and it was extremely powerful. Coupled with the mid-grade spirit weapon, the mid-grade spirit weapon, the mid-grade 100 beasts bloodline, and the boxer bloodline, this move of his could probably destroy a cliff. The entire place was silent. No one would have thought that the one who was sent flying was not Yi Xian, but Tang Meng. Wasn't Tang Meng an expert ranked more than 100 on the Xian ranking board? He was an old disciple, so how could he not even be able to defeat a new disciple? Impossible, how can your strength be so weak? Tang Meng lay on the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked at Yi Xian in disbelief. Yi Xian, just entered the residence of hell. Oh right, I even fought side by side with the crown prince of the great Tang dynasty, Tang Tian. Yi Xian revealed a smile. Yi Xian. At this moment, a surprised shout was heard from afar. Yi Xian turned around and smiled. Speaking of the devil, wasn't this Tang Tian, who had one of his arms chopped off by Adjudicator Song? Your Highness. Tang Meng immediately got up from the ground and cupped his fist respectfully when he saw Tang Tian. Tang Tian quickly walked over and glanced at Yi Xian. He asked, "What happened?" Your Highness, the great Tang dynasty was the one who received the money this year, but when this person arrived, he directly beat up our people. Tang Meng endured the pain caused by his injury and explained the situation to Tang Tian. After listening to the story, Tang Tian's face darkened. He said, "Yi Xian, are you looking for trouble?" Tang Tian, I'm not looking for trouble. I was just asking a few questions. Who knew that your people would directly beat me up and wanted to slap me, so I taught them a lesson. Yi Xian said slowly and then looked at the youth from before. Tang Tian followed his gaze and immediately, the youth who wanted to slap Yi Xian was so scared that he peed his pants. He trembled and said, "I didn't do it on purpose. I thought he was only at the middle stage of the true energy boundary." Oh. You didn't do it on purpose. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Trash. Tang Tian snorted and looked at Yi Xian. He said, "No matter what, I only know that you touched my great Tang dynasty's people. Tang Tian, you're the one looking for trouble. The one who chopped off your arm was Adjudicator Song, not me. Furthermore, if I didn't lure Adjudicator Song away and hold Song Suijing hostage, do you think you can survive?" Yi Xian's eyes turned cold. This Tang Tian was a little ungrateful. Shut up. Tang Tian immediately shouted. The name Adjudicator Song was his reverse scale. Whoever dared to mention this name in front of him was going against him. Hee, all right. How do you want to settle this, Your Highness? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. The current him was not afraid of Tang Tian. Tang Tian was only at the initial stage of the true profound realm. Although he had many high-grade martial arts, he could even beat Tang Meng, who was at the middle stage of the true profound realm. End of chapter. Chapter 191. Tang Tian. What's the big deal? Break one of your arms and I'll let this go. Tang Tian's tone was extremely cold. Your Highness, this is pure revenge. You broke one of your arms and now you want me to do the same. You're so narrow-minded. Yi Xian did not care at all. However, before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Xian ran up from the crowd and cupped his fists. Your Highness, I'm willing to help him, shut up. Did I allow you to speak? Tang Tian did not wait for Jiang Xian to finish his sentence and scolded him. This time, Yi Xian's expression finally changed. Tang Tian, if you want my arm, then let's see if you're qualified. Don't think that you're superior just because you're the crown prince. Not everyone is afraid of you. Yi Xian said as he looked around. At this time, many experts had gathered around. They were all from the great Tang dynasty and there were at least 3 of them at the middle stage True Darkness realm. However, he was not to be trifled with. He immediately used the forging materials in the devouring space to forge a new pair of gloves and put them on in front of everyone. It was a high-grade spiritual artifact, Langya Desolating Hands. Previously, he had used a middle-grade spiritual artifact. Now, he was using a high-grade one. He wanted to see how many people here could take a punch from him. The two sides were at daggers drawn and the atmosphere was extremely tense. More than 200 people held their breaths and did not dare to make a sound. Perhaps this battle would start because of one of their voices. At this time, a figure suddenly walked out and laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, it's so lively here. Who dared to speak in such a situation? Everyone's gaze shifted and landed on a young man wearing the Underworld Palace's uniform. Who are you? Tang Tian looked at the young man and asked. A person who could walk out so calmly was definitely not an ordinary person. However, Yi Xian recognized the young man. Your Highness, he's Jiang Yu. He's #1 on the Earth Board and also a Hall Master of the Divine Prefecture Alliance, Tang Meng said softly. The Divine Prefecture Alliance. Tang Tian was shocked. The Divine Prefecture Alliance. What are you doing out here? What are you doing out here? Although the 4 great dynasties of the eastern region sent people to the Soaring Heaven Mansion every year, there were not many quotas. After all these years, there were only 100 people, and they were spread out in the 3 mansions. As for the Divine Prefecture Alliance, just the Profound Department alone had 100 people. Perhaps only the 4 great dynasties' combined forces would be able to contend against the Divine Prefecture Alliance. Furthermore, in the Divine Prefecture Alliance, other than the Alliance Master and Vice Alliance Master, there were only 4 Hall Masters. In other words, Jiang Yu's status was higher than Tang Tian's. Senior brother, what's the matter? Tang Tian asked in a friendly manner. It's nothing. I just saw a friend here, so I came over to say hello. Jiang Yu slowly walked over and said with a smile. Friends. Tang Tian was stunned again, but when he saw that Jiang Yu was actually walking towards Yi Xian, his face sank. How did Yi Xian know Jiang Yu? No, how did Jiang Yu know Yi Xian? Yi Xian, you've worked hard these past few days. Why didn't you rest well and come to the Profound Department Mansion? Jiang Yu approached with a smile. I'm here to find 2 friends. Senior brother Jiang, why are you here? Yi Xian asked in surprise. I ran out of materials, so I came to the Profound Department Mansion's weapon hall to borrow some. Jiang Yu smiled, then his gaze landed on Zhao Pan and Jiang Xian. Since you're Yi Xian's friends, then you're also my friends. Zhao Pan, return the money they paid last month. They don't have to pay any more in the future. Tang Meng glanced at Tang Tian, who hesitated for a moment before nodding slightly. Then, Tang Meng took out 2 cloth bags from his interspatial ring. Each bag contained 5,000 low-grade crystals, which was equivalent to 50 mid-grade crystals. These crystals were given to Zhao Pan by Yi Xian. He did not expect the Profound Department Mansion to have such a rule. Alright, this is a misunderstanding. Disperse. Jiang Yu said and left with Yi Xian and the other 2. Tang Tian, on the other hand, stood there with a gloomy expression. As the crown prince of the great Tang dynasty, he did not even dare to fart in front of Jiang Yu. The group of new disciples also looked at Zhao Pan and Jiang Xian enviously. They had heard Jiang Yu's words clearly. From now on, no one would dare to cause trouble for Zhao Pan and Jiang Xian in the Profound Department Mansion, not even Tang Tian. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. Jiang Yu left with Yi Xian and the other 2. After they disappeared from Tang Tian's sight, Yi Xian thanked Jiang Yu, Senior brother Jiang, thank you so much for today. Although he was not afraid of a fight, Zhao Pan and Jiang Xian would not be able to stay in the Profound Department Mansion in the future. However, it was different now. Yi Xian also heard Tang Meng's words. Now, he knew that Jiang Yu was a member of the Divine Prefecture Alliance and a Hall Master. Although he did not know what a Hall Master's position was, seeing how Tang Tian did not even dare to fart, Yi Xian knew that Jiang Yu was not an ordinary person. Thank you, senior brother, for your help. Zhao Pan and Jiang Xian also expressed their gratitude. It's fine. We are brothers from the same sect, so we should take care of each other. The Profound Department Mansion's weapon hall seems to be lacking people. If the two of you are interested, you can go there and help. Jiang Yu said with a smile. Thank you, senior brother. Zhao Pan and Jiang Xian thanked him again. To be able to work in the Soaring Sky Mansion, one's status would definitely be higher than the average disciple. Even if there was no reward, there would be a lot of people fighting to join. The two of them were able to have this opportunity because Yi Xian knew Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu immediately went to the Profound Department Mansion's weapon hall and arranged a position for Zhao Pan and Jiang Xian. This way, Zhao Pan and Jiang Xian could be considered to have joined the Divine Prefecture Alliance. After that, Jiang Yu went to work on his own matters. Yi Xian also met with Zhao Pan and Jiang Xian for a while and passed on the mid-grade spirit-grade martial arts to them. With these 4 mid-grade spirit-grade martial arts, Zhao Pan and Jiang Xian had high hopes of stabilizing their position in the Profound Department Mansion within a year. At the same time, Yi Xian secretly thought that when the time came, he would forge a raging flame sword for the two of them. This way, they would have a 90% chance of success. After a period of time, Jiang Yu was done with his work and returned to the underworld mansion with Yi Xian. On the way. Yi Xian, this time I brought 10 high-grade spirit weapon forging materials. I will have to trouble you again. Jiang Yu said with a smile. No problem. Yi Xian casually agreed. Now that he had broken through to the mid-grade true profound realm, he could reduce the time needed to forge the raging flame sword. Right at this moment, Jiang Yu's face suddenly froze. Oh right, Yi Xian, the lady who came with you earlier, is she the princess of the Great Song Dynasty? End of chapter. Chapter 192. Yes. Yi Xian nodded. So you've joined the Song Dynasty? Jiang Yu asked in surprise. He now understood that Yi Xian and Song Suijing were living together. Their relationship was obviously not normal. No. Yi Xian shook his head. When Jiang Yu heard this, he immediately revealed a smile and said, That's good. You should have heard that the Soaring Sky Mansion is divided into 5 major forces, which are the 4 great dynasties and the Divine Prefecture Alliance. Almost all the disciples have joined one of them. I'm the Hall Master of the Divine Prefecture Alliance. What do you think? Join the Divine Prefecture Alliance. Yi Xian hesitated. This was too sudden and he was not prepared, so he could only say, Senior brother, I've just joined the Soaring Heaven Mansion, so I don't know much. It's okay, I'll explain it to you slowly. Jiang Yu saw that Yi Xian did not reject him directly, so he immediately explained, the Divine Prefecture Alliance was established by disciples from the Middle State. Of course, there are also people from the 4 great dynasties in the Divine Prefecture Alliance. The Divine Prefecture Alliance has 2 alliance masters, 1 head and 1 deputy. Then there are 4 hall masters, respectively Heaven, Earth, Black, and Yellow. I'm the Hall Master of the Underworld Mansion, in charge of matters here. The Divine Prefecture Alliance has many properties, and the 4 great prefectures' weapon halls all belong to the Divine Prefecture Alliance. At the same time, the Divine Prefecture Alliance has its own martial skills pavilion, and only the members of the Divine Prefecture Alliance can learn it. If you join, I can immediately give you the position of a guest elder, and you can learn all the spirit-level martial skills. In the future, I'll provide all the materials you need to forge weapons, and the price will not change. After hearing Jiang Yu's conditions, Yi Xian was indeed tempted. The materials for forging weapons were free, and the price would not change. This time, he would be able to save 200 mid-grade crystal stones. But this was not the point. The point was that he could immediately learn a high-grade spirit-level martial skill, which could greatly increase his combat strength. Okay, I'll join. Yi Xian directly answered. It was not bad to be able to join the strongest divine prefecture alliance. He would have a strong backing in the future. This is the guest elder token. When we get back, I will give your portrait to the other members. Jiang Yu smiled and handed over a token. Yi Xian took the token and put it into his devouring space. Very soon, they returned to the underworld manor. Jiang Yu went to do his own things and told Yi Xian to rest for a few days before forging weapons. As for Yi Xian, he also returned to his own residence. However, when he returned to his residence, he saw that many disciples of the underworld palace had already gathered outside his door. F***CK, why is there trouble again? Yi Xian felt helpless as he walked over. However, he was not afraid of trouble now because he had the Divine Prefecture Alliance's token. More or less, there would be people giving him face. There were at least 40 to 50 people surrounding the entrance, so Yi Xian directly jumped over the wall and into the courtyard. Yi Xian, you're finally back. Song Suijing, who was sitting in the courtyard, saw him and quickly went over to greet him. What are these people doing? Are they after your beauty? Yi Xian asked casually. Song Suijing said coquettishly, what nonsense are you talking about? These senior brothers are all here for you. Me? I'm not a homosexual. It's better that they come for you. Yi Xian was slightly helpless, but he was also very surprised. He did not understand why so many people were gathered here. At this time, a young man suddenly took 2 steps forward, but did not cross the door. He cupped his fist at the threshold and said, Junior brother, may I ask if you were the one who set up the spirit gathering formation in this courtyard? Now, Yi Xian understood. They were here for the spirit gathering formation. That's right. I set up this small spirit gathering formation. Senior brother, you. Although Yi Xian asked this, he already knew what these people wanted to do. The opportunity to make money had come. It's like this. I want to ask junior brother to set up a spirit gathering formation in my courtyard. The price is negotiable. The young man went straight to the point. As expected. Yi Xian's eyes flashed with greed. He smiled and said, Sure. Senior brother, come in and talk. Hearing this, the young man turned to look at Song Suijing. After the latter received permission, he stepped in. Senior brother, is there no one else in the underworld who can set up a spirit gathering formation? Yi Xian sat down and asked. The young man shook his head and said, There is, but he died outside when he went out to do a training mission. Moreover, the spirit gathering formation he set up has no base. It can only last for 7 days at a time. Then what's his price? Yi Xian asked. 100 mid-grade crystals each time. The young man answered honestly. 100 mid-grade crystals for 7 days. Isn't that a little too much? Yi Xian was shocked. The young man said helplessly, There's no other way. Not many people learn spirit gathering formations because it doesn't increase their battle strength much. It's a pure waste of time. Therefore, not many people know how to set up a spirit gathering formation. Most importantly, no one knows how to set up a base. I see. Then Yi Xian's eyes flashed. But before he could finish, Song Suijing's beautiful eyes turned and interrupted, Yi Xian, he's from the great Song dynasty. Can you give him a discount for my sake? Yi Xian paused and said, Senior brother, when you ask someone to set up a spirit gathering formation, it's usually when you're breaking through. But I can set up a base. As long as I spend 2 mid-grade crystals a day, it can last forever. In a month, it's only 60 crystals. Since you're from the Great Song Dynasty, I'll charge you 500 mid-grade crystals. What, 500? Song Suijing exclaimed, you call this a discount? You black-hearted ghost, do you only care about money? Miss, do you know what a spirit gathering formation with a base means? Yi Xian stood up in dissatisfaction and said, 360 days a year. According to the previous price, it would cost more than 5,000 mid-grade crystals. And I only need 1,200 mid-grade crystals in the first year. In the second year, I only need 700 mid-grade crystals until I die of old age. Isn't that enough? Hearing him say this, Song Suijing felt that it made sense. After all, this was permanent. Moreover, the qi of heaven and earth would double its current level. It was not a loss. Your Highness, this price is very fair. I accept. The young man hurriedly said and took out a bag of crystals from his universe ring. Ha, senior brother is so straightforward. Yi Xian took the crystals and immediately changed his expression and said with a smile. After paying, the young man left and waited outside for Yi Xian to set up a spirit gathering formation for him. Junior brother, I want one too. Give me one too. Me too, me too. The disciples of the underworld palace outside the door began to make a fuss. But because of Song Suijing, they did not dare to enter. End of chapter. Chapter 193. Alright, everyone come in one by one. Those from the Great Song Dynasty will be given 500 mid-grade crystals. Those from the Divine Prefecture Alliance will only be given 300. As for the rest, they will all be given 700 mid-grade crystals. Come in one by one. Yi Xian's eyes sparkled as he spoke, grinning from ear to ear. There were at least 40 to 50 people here. What a windfall. When Song Suijing heard this, she was also stunned. She said in shock, you joined the Divine Prefecture Alliance. Yes, I am now a guest of the Divine Prefecture Alliance. Yi Xian casually replied. Why did you join them? Who invited you? Song Suijing said somewhat angrily. She originally wanted to invite Yi Xian, but she didn't expect someone to beat her to it. Senior brother Jiang from the weapon hall. He is the hall master of the Divine Prefecture Alliance. Why, could it be that you want to rope me in? Yi Xian suddenly asked. Song Suijing also didn't expect this. She said in surprise, Senior brother Jiang is the hall master of the Divine Prefecture Alliance. What conditions did he give you? You can learn all the spirit-level martial arts in the Divine Prefecture Alliance. In addition, all forging materials are free. Yi Xian said in a voice that only Song Suijing could hear. Hearing this, Song Suijing rolled her eyes and said helplessly, he bought you over just like that. You can forge a high-grade spirit weapon yourself. Do you still lack the cost of forging materials? What else? You refused when I asked you to teach me high-grade spirit-level martial arts. Moreover, the Divine Prefecture Alliance was the first to invite me. They are also the leader of the 5 major powers. Why wouldn't I go? Yi Xian shrugged. Then what if I invite you now? Song Suijing blinked her large eyes, looking playful. No, I have already joined the Divine Prefecture Alliance. Do you think I am that kind of fence-sitter? I want to raise the price. Yi Xian said solemnly. Song Suijing's eyes immediately lit up when she heard this. What do you want? Yi Xian thought carefully, then smiled and said, I want you, okay? Go to hell. Song Suijing grumbled coquettishly and turned around to go back into the house. Yi Xian was only joking. How could a man of integrity like him change jobs because of a woman? At least 2. Then, he began to greet his senior brothers. Almost all of them were from the Great Song dynasty. Only a few were from the Divine Prefecture Alliance. The rest of the three dynasties did not dare to come because of the Song Suijing. After all, the relationship between the four great dynasties wasn't very good. In the end, Yi Xian did a count and found that there was a total of, this chapter is not finished, please turn the page, 44. Among them, 40 were from the Great Song dynasty and 4 were from the Divine Prefecture Alliance. Therefore, the total income was a total of 21,200 mid-grade crystals. When Yi Xian received these crystals, he was like a Spartan. However, he didn't like to owe others, so he immediately went from house to set up the array. It was a pity that the Soaring Heaven mansion had 2 people in one house. Otherwise, his income would have been doubled. After a few hours, he finally finished everything. After he was done, he returned to the courtyard and devoured the crystals. Ah, I'm one step closer to the peak of the true darkness realm. Yi Xian was very happy because his devouring points had reached 300 million. Just the underworld mansion alone made such a huge profit. If he added in the black and yellow mansions, wouldn't he make a lot of money? Just as Yi Xian was laughing happily in the courtyard, Song Suijing's door suddenly opened. Song Suijing changed into a fresh set of clothes and came out. When she saw Yi Xian, she couldn't help but ask, "You finished setting up the array so quickly?" "It's just a spirit gathering array. It's nothing," Yi Xian casually replied. "Then why aren't you thanking me? I helped you attract so many people. Otherwise, how could you earn so many crystals?" Song Suijing said as she walked over to Yi Xian and sat down. Yi Xian rolled his eyes and said, "If I didn't live here, I'm afraid even more people would come. The 4 great empires don't have a good relationship with the Divine Prefecture Alliance, so the crystals would definitely be several times more." "So you're saying that you want to move out?" Song Suijing's face sank. "Forget it, I'm already living here." Yi Xian still felt that it was better to forget about it. He paused for a moment, then changed the topic and asked, "Have you heard of a person called Lin Wenyue?" "Lin Wenyue? Is she in the Soaring Heaven mansion? Is she a disciple, a protector, or an elder?" Song Suijing blinked. "I'm not sure, but she should be a protector. Anyway, if there's anyone with this name, help me ask. Treat it as returning a favor," Yi Xian said slowly. Lin Wenyue was one of the names mentioned in his father's letter. His father was a super mighty warrior who had surpassed the divine core realm. He wouldn't ask him to find a disciple. Therefore, he thought this Lin Wenyue should be at least a protector or an elder. After all, that letter had been around for several years. "All right, I'll help you ask." Song Suijing nodded her head. "If possible, help me ask your grandfather as well," Yi Xian added. Song Cheng was an elder of the Soaring Heaven mansion. He knew more than anyone else. Understood. A quiet night passed. Yi Xian had been running around yesterday, and he was tired. However, when the sun had just risen the next day, someone knocked on their courtyard's door. Yi Xian opened the door in a daze. When he saw Jiang Yu standing outside, he immediately asked with a surprised expression, "Senior disciple, is there anything I can help you with? Could it be that all 10 ardent flaming swords were sold out? I heard junior disciple knows how to use a soul-gathering formation." Jiang Yu went straight to the point. "Yes, senior disciple, do you need it?" Yi Xian rubbed his eyes and nodded his head. "Yes, we need it very much. We don't have many spirit formation masters in the Soaring Heaven mansion, and none of us know how to set up a formation. Our fellow disciples in the Divine Prefecture Alliance need a soul-gathering formation. As long as you agree, I can get at least 200 people for you," Jiang Yu said in a surprised tone. "What? 200 people?" Yi Xian was shocked. "That's right, 200 people. How about this? We'll follow the price you gave those 4 junior disciples yesterday, 300 mid-ranked crystal stones for one. What do you think? Jiang Yu continued asking. No problem. Yi Xian agreed without hesitation. What the fuck? 300 mid-ranked crystal stones for one, at least 200 people? Didn't that mean at least 60,000 mid-ranked crystal stones? As long as I complete this task, I'll be able to break through to the peak of the true profound realm. I'm so excited just thinking about it. Yi Xian was extremely excited. Alright, then I'll leave first. I'll come find you later. Jiang Yu quickly left after he finished speaking. If this soul-gathering formation was completed, it wouldn't take long for the entire Divine Prefecture Alliance's strength to increase by a level. Yi Xian then waited for Jiang Yu to return to his residence. At noon, Jiang Yu came looking for him again. Junior disciple, our underworld mansion has 100 fellow disciples who need this soul-gathering formation. Here are the crystals. Jiang Yu directly threw a bag of crystals to Yi Xian. The latter opened it to take a look. Holy shit, it wasn't a deposit, but all of it. There were at least 30,000 mid-ranked crystals. End of chapter. Chapter 194. Let's go. We'll set up the stratagem for the Underworld Manor first. Then, I'll help you contact the Xian Branch Manor and Huang Branch Manor. After Jiang Yu was done, he brought Yi Xian to visit the Underworld Manor disciples one by one. At the same time, he wanted to meet them so that if they met in the future, they would not have to fight because of conflicts. Jiang Yu spent half a day helping Yi Xian connect the lines, and Yi Xian only used half a day to set up 100 spirit-gathering stratagems with stratagem bases. This speed had already left Jiang Yu speechless. The next day, Jiang Yu personally went to the Xian Branch Manor and Huang Branch Manor and brought back many spiritual-level martial arts teachings. There were medium-grade and top-grade ones, and all of them were of high quality. Yi Xian spent tens of millions of points to learn these useful top-grade spiritual-level martial arts teachings. Not only that, but he also swallowed the 30,000 medium-grade crystals yesterday. His ability had increased by quite a bit. Although he had not broken through, he knew that it was enough for him to squeeze into the Earth list. According to what Mo Wen had said before, those at the bottom of the Earth list were stronger than Tang Tian. However, he had already broken through to the intermediate stage of the true profundity realm. It was extremely easy for him to be on the Earth list. Today, he was going to challenge the seniors on the Earth list and become an official disciple. However, just as he was about to leave, he was shocked to discover that the vital qi of heaven and earth in the courtyard had suddenly decreased by a large amount. Someone had broken through. There were only 2 people living in this courtyard. One was Yi Xian, and the other was Song Suijing. After a while, the vital qi of heaven and earth was depleted at a slower rate, and then it began to return to normal. Right after that, Song Suijing walked out of the house. Congratulations. You're a few days earlier than I expected, Yi Xian said with a smile. Humph, now I'm also at the intermediate stage of the true profundity realm, the same level as you. Let's see if you still dare to be arrogant in front of me. Song Suijing walked down the steps and said, Are you going to set up the spirit gathering stratagem again? No, I'll go tomorrow. Today, I'm going to challenge the Earth list, Yi Xian said while shaking his head. Earth list. Okay, when you win, I'll challenge you again and beat you down. Song Suijing was looking forward to it. The 2 of them walked out together and headed for the Earth Roll Challenge arena. They walked side by side and attracted a lot of attention. However, when these disciples discovered their target, they immediately became interested. One is the princess of the Great Song Dynasty, and the other is a dark horse from a low-rank empire. I wonder how many rankings they will be able to make. There should be at least 250 people. Let's go and take a look. It said that Yi Xian even fought with Tang Meng, who is ranked on the Xian ranking board, in the Xian department and even defeated him. He's already at the middle stage of the true darkness realm at such a young age. His aptitude is at least perfect. It is said that Adjudicator Song, who entered the heavenly abode this year, is also at the perfect level. These people will definitely be able to condense their core essence before the age of 25. That's nothing. There was once a senior brother who was tested to have a transcendental perfect aptitude. After entering the heavenly abode, he took first place on the heaven roll on the very same day. His aptitude is already perfect. Is there a higher aptitude? It's said to be at the unparalleled level. Under the accompaniment of Song Sui Jing, Yi Xian arrived at the challenge area. It was a large arena, and there were many spectator stands around it. What surprised Yi Xian was that there were already two figures fighting in the arena. What surprised Yi Xian was that one of the two people was someone he was familiar with. It was the crown prince of the great Tang dynasty, Tang Tian. So Tang Tian has also broken through to the middle stage of the true darkness realm. No wonder he dares to challenge us. Yi Xian couldn't help but comment after hearing the words of the people below the arena. He's just lucky. Song Suijing was a little displeased. She had just broken through, and Tang Tian's breakthrough speed was obviously faster than hers. She had fought with Tang Tian before, but there was no clear victor. Now that she had broken through to the middle stage of the true darkness realm, it was inevitable that she would want to fight with Tang Tian again. At this moment, the spectators in the spectator stand made a commotion. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and saw a figure fly out of the arena. The one who remained in the arena was the one-armed Tang Tian. As expected of the crown prince of the great Tang dynasty. His strength is indeed extraordinary. I wonder why he lost an arm. Shoo, you can't say that. If he hears it, you'll be in trouble. What's there to be afraid of? I'm from the Divine Prefecture Alliance, and I'm ranked higher than him. Why should I be afraid of him? Many people whispered to each other. At this moment, Yi Xian already knew who Tang Tian was challenging. It was a senior brother who happened to be ranked in the 200th percentile. TSK, only the peak of the true darkness realm is ranked in the top 100. Looks like this Tang Tian isn't much. Yi Xian thought to himself. However, at this moment, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Since he had already formed a grudge with Tang Tian, this ungrateful brat, why not make it bigger? Look at this Tang Tian. He only won against a senior brother who is ranked in the 200th percentile. Is there a need to be so smug? Song Suijing couldn't stand it either. But in the next moment, she realized that Yi Xian had disappeared. At this moment, Yi Xian had already reached the challenge area and said, "Senior brother, I want to challenge." A soaring sky mansion's disciple raised his head and smiled, "So it's junior brother Yi. This is the name list. Take a look and see who you want to challenge." This disciple happened to be the one who came to find Yi Xian to set up the spirit gathering array on the first day, so he naturally knew Yi Xian. "Senior brother, I won't look. I want to challenge Tang Tian." Yi Xian replied. "Oh. Tang Tian." The disciple was a little surprised, but then he smiled. Tang Tian just succeeded in his challenge and is now ranked in the 200th percentile. Junior brother, you're not ranked, so he has to accept the challenge. Otherwise, it will be treated as a forfeit. Wait a moment, I'll go and inform him. After he finished speaking, he quickly ran to Tang Tian, who had just walked down the stage, and told him the matter. Then, Tang Tian suddenly turned his head and looked at Yi Xian. That angry expression made Yi Xian very happy. Soon, the disciple ran back and said, "Tang Tian said that since you're looking for death, he'll fulfill your wish. He also said that there's no need to rest and we can start immediately. Junior brother Yi, you can go up the stage and teach him a lesson." "Thank you, senior brother." Yi Xian cupped his fists at the disciple and then walked towards the stage. Song Suijing suddenly stopped him and asked, "You went to challenge Tang Tian?" "That's right." Yi Xian nodded. "You bastard, I wanted to challenge him. Why did you steal my spot?" Song Suijing was unhappy. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and said, "Did you say that just now?" "Humph, you obviously did it on purpose." "Forget it, I'll challenge him when you lose." Song Suijing was also not very optimistic about Yi Xian. Although she already knew that Yi Xian had obtained a few high-grade spirit-level martial arts, it was impossible for Yi Xian to master them in such a short time. "How do you know that I can't beat Tang Tian?" Yi Xian asked in astonishment. Song Suijing was too lazy to explain. She had a look of, "I just know." End of chapter. Chapter 195. How about this, let's make a bet. If I lose to Tang Tian, you don't have to return the favor you owe me. If I win against Tang Tian, then I... As Yi Xian spoke, he hesitated for a moment. If he won, could it be that he had to add another favor? How boring would that be? "If you win, I'll give you a kiss." Song Suijing blurted out without thinking. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. This was a pretty good reward. Even though he would be kissed, it was still pretty good. "All right, but I'll add another condition. You have to honor it immediately, and in front of everyone." "How about that?" Yi Xian added. "You sure talk big." "Up to you. Anyway, you can't win." Song Suijing casually replied. She felt that Yi Xian had no chance of winning against Tang Tian. He didn't even have a 10% chance. However, if he knew that Yi Xian had defeated Tang Meng, who was ranked in the top 100 of the Earth list, he would definitely regret it. "Alright, then I'll go up and beat Tang Tian up." Yi Xian suddenly had the motivation to do something. All of a sudden, a shout entered his ears. "Yi Xian, what are you waiting for? Are you scared before the battle?" It was obvious that this shout came from Tang Tian. "Tang Tian, you're the crown prince of the great Tang dynasty. Don't you even have this little bit of patience?" Yi Xian snorted and slowly walked up to the stage. Tang Tian didn't want to argue with Yi Xian, so he immediately shouted, "There's no point in talking so much. Don't think that you have the right to be arrogant in front of me just because you defeated Tang Meng. I'll show you what true strength is." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone below the stage revealed an expression of disbelief. Tang Meng, wasn't he one of the great generals of the great Tang dynasty? Yi Xian actually defeated him. That be ****. How could he possibly defeat Tang Meng? Song Suijing stomped her feet in anger. From the discussions of the people around her, she knew that Tang Meng was a disciple at the middle stage of the true profound realm, who was ranked in the top 100 of the profound department. Since Yi Xian was able to defeat him, he might actually be able to defeat Tang Tian. If Tang Tian lost, then she would have to fulfill her promise. At that moment, Song Suijing had mixed feelings. She hoped that Tang Tian would lose, but she also hoped that Yi Xian would lose. She was in a dilemma. "Alright, then please teach me a lesson, Your Highness. It's good that you have eyes and dared to offend the brat from the great Tang dynasty." Yi Xian was still as calm as ever, as if he did not put Tang Tian in his eyes at all. However, the people below the stage began to discuss in low voices again. Oh no, this kid is dead for sure. He actually dared to challenge the crown prince of the great Tang dynasty. He's really courting death. That's not necessarily true. You were in seclusion a few days ago, so you don't know. This kid is a spiritual array master, and he has already joined the Divine Prefecture Alliance as a guest elder. Isn't it just a spiritual array master? Does the Divine Prefecture Alliance need to make such a big fuss and give him a guest elder? He's not an ordinary spiritual array master. He knows how to build the base of a spirit gathering array. He only needs 2 mid-grade crystals a day to maintain it. I heard that he had already set up hundreds of spirit gathering arrays yesterday afternoon. What? Hundreds? The people below the stage were still discussing. They did not expect Yi Xian to be so capable. After all, there were many people in the Divine Prefecture Alliance, but there were only a few dozen guest elders. However, at that moment, a battle broke out on the stage. Furthermore, the battle only lasted for a second. Boom! A loud muffled sound was heard, and then, a figure was sent flying. What? The dozens of people below the stage were all shocked. Someone was killed in a second. Who was it? Everyone's eyes were fixed on the figure on the stage. It was Tang Tian. No, it was Tang Tian who was sent flying. The person standing on the stage was Yi Xian. What did I just see? Tang Tian was sent flying with one punch. How is that possible? What's going on? I didn't see it clearly just now. Who can tell me what happened? I didn't see it clearly either. I only know that Tang Tian flew out after he exchanged a punch with Yi Xian. That's impossible. Tang Tian is at the middle stage True Profound Realm, and he's also the crown prince of the great Tang dynasty. He has been taught by an expert since he was young. Even someone at the peak of the True Profound Realm would find it difficult to defeat him with one punch. Who knows? Anyway, Tang Tian flew out of the stage. Not many people below the stage could see Yi Xian's movements clearly, but Song Suijing saw it clearly. Yi Xian had indeed only thrown one punch, and it was this one punch that sent Tang Tian flying. There was no extra movement. Just one punch. Why is his physique so strong? I've also been training in body refinement techniques since I was young, but my physique is much weaker than his. We're both using upper-grade spirit-level martial arts, but he can send someone flying with one punch. Could it be that he's been training in an earth-grade body refinement technique? Song Suijing guessed in his heart. Even the great Song dynasty did not have an earth-grade cultivation technique. As for an earth-grade body tempering technique, it was not certain if the Soaring Heaven Mansion had one. Yi Xian wins. The disciple below the stage, who was registering for Yi Xian, was stunned for a moment before he announced the result. He had guessed that Yi Xian should be able to defeat Tang Tian, but he did not expect him to kill his opponent in a second. With this ability, he could definitely enter the top 150. However, he also understood that Yi Xian was purely looking for trouble with Tang Tian. At this moment, Tang Tian, who had flown out of the stage, spat out another mouthful of blood. He weakly stood up with the help of a few disciples from the great Tang dynasty. He looked at Yi Xian in shock and said in astonishment, "How did your ability improve so quickly? This is impossible." What's impossible about this? Tang Tian, could it be that you can't afford to lose, and want to fight again? I'm more than happy to oblige. Yi Xian smiled calmly. Tang Tian was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Just now, when he and Yi Xian exchanged a punch, he almost felt that his only arm was going to be crippled. If that punch had landed on his body, it would have at least seriously injured him. Now, to ask him to go up and fight with Yi Xian again, this was completely asking for death. Alright, I, Tang Tian, will remember this grudge. In the future, I will definitely return it to you. Tang Tian said with a straight face, then quickly left. The current him could not even clench his fist tightly, and would need at least 10 days to half a month to recuperate. However, Yi Xian and the other two parties had offended him twice, and he would definitely not let them off so easily. Looking at Tang Tian's departing figure, Yi Xian smiled, then slowly walked down the stage under the gazes of thousands of people. The current him was all ready. He had defeated Tang Tian, who was ranked 200, and replaced him. Although Tang Tian had become an official disciple, because Yi Xian, who defeated him, was a preparatory disciple, he did not have a ranking. End of chapter. Chapter 196. Congratulations, junior brother. Immediately, many people came forward to welcome him. They were all members of the Divine Prefecture Alliance that Yi Xian had met before. However, when Yi Xian dealt with these people, he was shocked to find that Song Suijing had run away. That girl, did she think that she would be fine after escaping this time? Yi Xian did not know whether to laugh or cry, but he did not think too much about it. After all, he and Song Suijing were in a relationship. The monk could run away, but the temple could not. She could run away for a while, but she could not run away forever. After defeating Tang Tian, Yi Xian's name was registered, and it would appear on a stone tablet. Then, he went to collect a set of official disciples' robes and learn about the benefits of being an official disciple. The benefits of being an official disciple of the Underworld Manor were based on their ranking on the Earth Board. Yi Xian was ranked 200, and he could receive 500 mid-grade crystal stones every month as cultivation resources. If he was in the top 10, he would receive at least 3,000 mid-grade crystal stones every month. If he was in the first place, it was even more terrifying. Every month, the Soaring Heaven Manor would give him 10,000 mid-grade crystal stones. From this, it could be seen what kind of sect the Soaring Heaven Manor was. Just the amount of cultivation resources they gave out every month was an astronomical figure. It was a figure that Yi Xian did not dare to imagine. In addition to cultivation resources, official disciples also had some rights. For example, they could go to the martial skills pavilion to choose martial skills according to their ranking. Although Yi Xian already had a few high-grade spiritual martial skills, he still went to the pavilion and collected all the martial skills in it into the Devouring system. After that, Yi Xian returned to his residence. When he returned, he found that Song Suijing had not returned yet. That girl will take a detour when she sees me in the future. Yi Xian smiled indifferently and then went to rest. Tomorrow, he still had a difficult task to complete, which was to go to the Profound and Yellow Mansions to set up the Spirit Gathering Array. The next morning, Yi Xian woke up early to go to the Underworld Manor. However, he was shocked to find that Song Suijing had not returned yet. That girl is a goddess. I'm not a tiger. Isn't it just a kiss? Yi Xian shook his head helplessly and left. He first went to find Jiangyu, and then they went to the Profound Department together. There were dozens of people in the Profound Department who needed the Spirit Gathering Array. Yi Xian was busy until the afternoon before he left for Huangji. After that, he helped the members of the Divine Prefecture Alliance set up a Spirit Gathering Array. At this time, it was already very late, so Yi Xian decided to spend the night in the Huang Residence's weapon hall. Excluding the hundreds of spirit gathering formations from the first day, Yi Xian had set up more than 160 spirit gathering formations. Based on the calculation of 300 mid-grade crystals per spirit gathering formation, he had earned 50,000 mid-grade crystals. He was not in a hurry to break through to the peak of the true profound realm, so he would absorb most of these spar and use the remaining few thousand mid-grade spar for later use. After spending the night in the Huang Residence's weapon hall, he and Jiangyu rushed back to the Hell Residence the next day. This time, he finally saw Song Suijing. However, as soon as he entered the door, Song Suijing said angrily in the courtyard, "You bastard, I wasn't prepared and hid for 2 days. Did you have to make my room like that?" Yi Xian heard this and was a little confused. He asked in surprise, "What? When did I enter your room?" When Song Suijing was not around, although he did not go in, he could sense that Song Suijing was not in the room. He did not enter Song Suijing's room at all. "Bastard, who else would dare to break into my room besides you? Go in and see for yourself." Song Suijing was so angry that her face turned red. Yi Xian walked up the stairs in surprise and pushed open Song Suijing's door. Now, he finally understood why Song Suijing was so angry. He saw that there was not a single thing in her room that was intact. The bed, the bookshelf, the desk, the vase, and even the ventilation window at the back were all smashed into pieces. Not only that, even the foundation of the spiritual energy gathering array on the floor was destroyed. Look, everything is destroyed. I was wrong about you. Song Suijing walked to the door of her room. When she saw the miserable state inside again, she could not help but cry. At this time, she hated Yi Xian to death. She thought that Yi Xian was a narrow-minded person and was ready to move out today. Yi Xian turned his head and saw the tears in the corner of Song Suijing's eyes. He was almost scared to death. He quickly said, "Isn't it just a room and an array foundation? It's not a big deal. Besides, do I, Yi Xian, look like the kind of person who would take advantage of an opportunity to make trouble?" He was also helpless. Previously, during the Dynasty War, Song Suijing could still hold on after being hit by his palm. Now, she was crying because of such a small matter. Her heart was too weak. However, he would definitely not let go of the person who caused him to be misunderstood by Song Suijing. If it wasn't you, who else could it be? Song Suijing's eyes were red. Who do you think has a grudge against me? Yi Xian said slowly. Hearing this, Song Suijing was stunned at first, then blurted out, "Tang Tian." Yi Xian nodded and said, "If I'm not wrong, it should be him. However, it might not be him who did it personally." "It really wasn't you?" Song Suijing asked again. Although she felt that Tang Tian was suspicious, she felt that Tang Tian would not have such guts. "If you still don't believe me, go to my room and take a look," Yi Xian replied. Song Suijing walked over in surprise, then pushed open the door. She realized that Yi Xian's room was also in a mess, and there was a scarlet blood word on the wall. Dead. If it was only the room that was destroyed, Song Suijing might still suspect Yi Xian. However, this blood word made Song Suijing's suspicion disappear. Tang Tian. This was definitely done by Tang Tian. Following that, Song Suijing returned to her own door and asked, "You didn't go back, so how did you know that your room was the same?" Yi Xian just walked out of Song Suijing's room and laughed. "The two of us weren't here yesterday, so he couldn't have only messed up your room. Tang Tian hates me, and you were just passing by. Alright, I've cleaned up your room, and built a new array base. You can redecorate it yourself." "Alright, I've wronged you." Song Suijing wiped her tears and said embarrassedly. "It's okay, I'll take care of Tang Tian when the time comes. You, on the other hand, where have you been these 2 days? You don't have to hide from me like this, right?" "Humph, it's just a kiss, I'll return it to you now." Song Suijing snorted and quickly pecked Yi Xian's face, like a chicken eating rice. Yi Xian was also shocked. He did not expect Song Suijing to really kiss him. He was not prepared at all. When he reacted, Song Suijing had already finished kissing him, and he felt a breeze caress him. Really, what a loss. Big. End of chapter. Chapter 197. Alright, I don't owe you anything now. Song Suijing blushed like a little girl. If I tell anyone about this, you'll definitely kill me. Yi Xian laughed out loud. At least you know what's good for you. After Song Suijing finished speaking, she suddenly thought of something and said, "And you clearly have the ability to defeat Tang Tian. Why did you look like you couldn't beat him? You were clearly doing it on purpose." "When did I look like I couldn't beat him? I was clearly very confident that day, okay?" Yi Xian was also helpless. "Humph, anyway, you did it on purpose. You deliberately wanted to bet with me, you bad guy." Song Suijing pouted and was very dissatisfied. Yi Xian shrugged and laughed dryly. If you think that way, I have nothing to say. I remember that you were the one who proposed this condition. Anyway, you did it on purpose. Alright, I did it on purpose. Speaking of which, where have you been these 2 days? I haven't seen you at all. Yi Xian changed the topic. Song Suijing replied, I went to the heavenly abode to look for my grandfather. Weren't you looking for someone? Oh, right. Has your grandfather heard of that name? Yi Xian thought of this question. Song Suijing hesitated for a moment and said, my grandfather's reaction was very strange. He said that he would look for you personally. His reaction was very strange. Look for me personally. Yi Xian was stunned. This meant that he knew that Song Qing knew. Perhaps Lin Wenyue was also an elder. However, what was this strange reaction? Could it be that there was something fishy? Did your grandfather say who it was? Yi Xian asked again. No. Song Suijing shook her head. Alright, I got it. Yi Xian's heart froze. Then he would wait for Elder Song Qing to find him. However, at this moment, Song Suijing suddenly felt something and said in shock, Yi Xian, your realm? Yi Xian was taken aback. He smiled and said, you kissed me just now and I accidentally broke through. I have to thank you. What? How is that possible? Song Suijing couldn't believe it. This was the first time she had heard of such a breakthrough. This chapter does not end, please turn the page, method. I've already deliberately suppressed it, but you still managed to discover it. Not bad, Yi Xian praised. Of course. Wait, it hasn't even been a month since you broke through. How could you break through so quickly? Song Suijing couldn't believe it. Even if the manor of hell had an abundance of heaven and earth yuan qi, and even if he had a large amount of cultivation resources, he would still need a large amount of time to refine the medicinal efficacy. It was absolutely impossible for him to break through so quickly. It can't be helped. That's how geniuses are. Yi Xian shrugged again. The devouring system was the source of his strength. He was determined not to tell anyone about it. Now, Song Suijing finally felt how strong Yi Xian's talent was. Judge Song was already 18 years old, and Yi Xian was only 16 years old. The former had to cultivate for 2 more years before she was at the same level as Yi Xian. If your talent is so strong, why did you still participate in the assessment? You should at least have a perfect talent, right? Song Suijing couldn't help but ask. Perfect talent. I'm only at the distinguished intermediate level. Yi Xian answered honestly. Although he didn't know how talent was measured, he now understood that the higher the talent, the faster the cultivation speed, and the easier it was to break through. However, his cultivation speed had nothing to do with his talent. Impossible. Even my brother is at the inferior perfect level. You can't be at the distinguished intermediate level. Song Suijing shook her head. It doesn't matter. Cultivation talent is just a toilet stock. There are times when it's not accurate. Yi Xian replied. Just now, when Yi Xian saw the miserable state of Song Suijing's room, he was filled with anger. The first thing he thought of was Tang Tian. Therefore, in that instant, he directly swallowed the crystal and broke through to the peak of the true profound realm. At that time, he really wanted to rush in front of Tang Tian and beat him up. He wanted to cripple his other hand. However, he remembered that this was the soaring heaven mansion, so he endured it. With your talent, entering the heavenly abode shouldn't be a problem. Why don't I go look for grandfather again and see if he can? Before Song Suijing could finish, she was interrupted by Yi Xian. It's the same everywhere. Don't tell me you want to return that last favor. You don't want to go. You were fighting to go before. Don't tell me you're losing out by exchanging a favor. Song Suijing was confused. That was before. Now is now. Furthermore, Grand Duke Song. A favor from the Lord is much more precious to me than the heavenly abode. Yi Xian said casually. The difference between the heavenly abode and the underworld abode was huge for most people. Underneath the heavenly abode was the great energy-gathering formation, and the speed of cultivation there was several times faster than the underworld abode. Furthermore, all the higher-ups of the soaring heaven mansion lived there. If one was accepted as a disciple by one of the sect elders, as long as they could form their core, it would be much easier for them to break through to the divine core realm. After all, every single sect elder was at least at the divine core realm, and in order to break through from the half-step nascent core realm to the divine core realm, one would need a profound beast's core. Furthermore, one would also need the help and guidance of a master. Alright, since you don't want to go, then how do you plan to cultivate? Song Suijing asked helplessly. What do you mean by how do I plan to cultivate? Yi Xian didn't understand. You've broken through to the peak of the true profound realm. Once you cultivate your profound energy to the peak, you'll be able to start forming your core. But, you'll need an earth rank skill to form your core. Do you have one? Song Suijing continued asking. Earth rank skill? Yi Xian was surprised. You don't know. Without an earth rank skill, it's impossible for you to form your core. Although I don't have one, I can ask my grandfather to teach you one. Song Suijing said while blinking her big eyes. Why do you keep thinking about returning the favor? Although I don't have an earth rank skill right now, I can get one. You don't have to worry about that. Yi Xian said calmly. A high-rank spirit skill was much more expensive than an ordinary martial skill, let alone an earth rank skill. But, he had the Devouring system, and there were even heaven rank skills in it, let alone earth rank skills. Do you really trust the Divine Continent Alliance that much? Although they are strong, an earth rank skill isn't something they can just give out. Song Suijing said. Yi Xian said with a smile, didn't I just break through? I don't know when I'll be able to fill up my profound energy. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Although he said that, he was actually thinking about it in his heart. His cultivation method was different from others. Did he directly devour treasures to break through to the half-step origin core realm, or did he need an earth rank skill? He didn't know which one it was. Since the system didn't prompt him, he would just continue devouring. After all, when he broke through to the true profound realm, the true essence in his body directly transformed into profound energy. At this moment, Song Suijing suddenly remembered something. Thinking of something, he said, your physique is so strong, could it be that you already have an earth-grade body tempering technique? End of chapter. Chapter 198. Yi Xian was slightly taken aback. He laughed, you're so smart. I've been training my body since I was young. If not, why do you think I could send Tang Tian flying with one punch? Your low-level empire probably doesn't even have a middle-grade spirit-level martial arts, but you actually have an earth-level body training technique. It seems like some senior was living in seclusion and you obtained it after he passed away. Song Suijing did not suspect anything. You know that too. Yi Xian laughed again. Alright, since you have an earth-level body training technique, you can also condense Dan essence. Why didn't you say you had it? You're wasting my time. Song Suijing looked unhappy. Alright, I'm going somewhere. Are you coming? Yi Xian turned around and said. Where are you going? Revenge. When she heard these two words, Song Suijing's eyebrows suddenly froze. 2 rays of light shot out from her eyes. As for the culprit who had turned her room into such a mess, she would definitely not let him off so easily. All right. In a courtyard of the underworld residence. Your Highness, Yi Xian has returned. A stern young man knelt in front of Tang Tian and said respectfully. You weren't discovered, right? Tang Tian squinted his eyes. The arm he placed on the stone table had not recovered half of its original strength. If his profound spirit qi circulated here, its speed would drop by half. No. The stern young man shook his head. Then what was Yi Xian's expression like? Tang Tian asked expectantly. The stern young man hesitated, then said, Yi Xian did not return to his room. Furthermore, he looked very calm. How is that possible? Tang Tian was shocked. Yi Xian and Song Suijing's room was indeed destroyed by him. The word death was also personally written by him. He had already imagined all kinds of scenes in his heart. He thought that Yi Xian would be furious after seeing this, and would even tear down the entire courtyard. Unexpectedly, Yi Xian was not only not angry, but also very calm. He's probably enduring it. Tang Tian snorted, he will definitely find me later, and when that time comes, I want you to cripple one of his arms. Yes, Your Highness. The cold young man nodded respectfully without hesitation. He had been in the soaring sky mansion for quite a few years now. He was a disciple ranked in the top 100 of the Earth ranking. Now, he had already cultivated his profound qi to the peak and was preparing to condense his core essence. The two of them waited for a while, and sure enough, they heard footsteps approaching. We meet again, Yi Xian. Tang Tian revealed a smile and shouted. However, in the next moment, his smile froze. Because the person who entered was not Yi Xian. Your Highness, something bad has happened. Tang Tian looked at the young man who ran in and realized that he was from the Great Tang Dynasty. He immediately asked, Why are you in such a hurry? The young man replied, Your Highness, the Yi Xian went to the challenge arena and issued a challenge to everyone in the Great Tang Dynasty. What? Tang Tian stood up in shock and said in shock, issued a challenge to everyone. Didn't you say that you can only challenge once every half a month? Your Highness, his challenge was successful last time, so he still has the chance to challenge. Just now, he has already defeated 2 people, and is currently ranked 168th, the young man reported. 2. Tang Tian's face trembled. It had only been half an hour since the cold young man reported, and Yi Xian had already defeated 2 disciples from the Great Tang Dynasty in the soaring sky mansion. How was that possible? How many people does the Great Tang Dynasty have in the underworld mansion? Tang Tian turned and asked. The cold young man replied, including Your Highness, there are a total of 12 people. Let's go to the challenge arena. Tang Tian's face turned cold, and he walked out of the courtyard. Just as Tang Tian walked out of the courtyard, many people had already gathered at the challenge arena of the underworld mansion. On the arena, there were 2 figures. No, there was only one left. One of the figures was directly blasted out of the arena. Yi Xian wins. When this voice rang out, the group of disciples below the arena were already shocked. This was because Yi Xian had already won 6 consecutive battles. In a short span of an hour, he had already defeated 6 disciples from the underworld mansion. To be precise, they were 6 disciples from the Great Tang Dynasty. Furthermore, all of them were sent flying with one punch. At this moment, Yi Xian was ranked 123rd, and the next disciple from the Great Tang Dynasty was ranked 88th. If he wanted to, he could definitely challenge the person with the highest ranking in the underworld mansion from the Great Tang Dynasty. However, he did not, because he wanted to humiliate the Great Tang Dynasty. Yi Xian, are you sure you want to challenge everyone from the Great Tang Dynasty? Suddenly, someone walked to the side of the arena and asked. It was the arena manager from the Divine Prefecture Alliance. I didn't expect to alarm senior brother Jiang. Yi Xian said awkwardly. The 88th disciple is still at the middle stage of the true profound realm, but the rest are all at the peak of the true profound realm. Are you sure you want to continue? The arena manager asked in surprise. Yi Xian nodded seriously and said, Senior brother, just go ahead and contact them. I'm fine. Good, you have guts. I'll get someone to help you inform the rest of the people. However, at this moment, a few figures suddenly walked in. Yi Xian turned around and immediately smiled. He thought to himself, Tang Tian, you finally can't sit still anymore. Previously, when he told Song Suijing that he wanted to take revenge, he did not want to find Tang Tian and beat him until half of his body was paralyzed. He wanted to use another method, which was to defeat all the disciples on the earth roll of the great Tang dynasty. Instead of taking revenge physically, he would rather take revenge spiritually. Yi Xian. After entering the arena, Tang Tian immediately shouted. His deafening voice reverberated in the air. Tang Tian, I trust you have been well since we last met. Yi Xian walked to the edge of the arena and smiled. Song Suijing, who was below the arena, saw Tang Tian and walked over with a gloomy face. He snorted, I didn't expect that the crown prince of the great Tang dynasty would do such a despicable thing. It's really disgusting. What did you say? Tang Tian glared at Song Suijing. You know best what you did. You dare to do it but don't dare to admit it. Hypocrite. Song Suijing whispered in a voice that Tang Tian could hear. Tang Tian's expression changed and walked straight in. Your Highness, we, the disciples who were defeated by Yi Xian walked over and said guiltily. A bunch of trash. Whose turn is it? Tang Tian asked coldly. It's the 88th ranked Zhang Yong's turn. One of them replied. Tang Tian asked again, is he here yet? Not yet. I've already gone to inform him. Hearing this, Tang Tian turned his head and said to Yi Xian, are you going to fight to the death with my great Tang dynasty? Yi Xian stood at the edge of the arena and smiled indifferently. Tang Tian, haven't we already fought to the death? End of chapter. Chapter 199. Alright, remember what you said. I'll watch and see how many people you can defeat. After Tang Tian finished speaking, he stood quietly at the side. Everyone present could feel the two opposing auras and started whispering to each other. Compared to the other dynasties and the Divine Prefecture Alliance, the people from the Great Tang Dynasty were indeed a little arrogant. Many people did not like them. Soon, the disciple named Zhang Yong on the Earth Board arrived. He did not notice Tang Tian and walked directly into the arena. You're the one who challenged me. Zhang Yong did not understand the situation. He was just cultivating when he was called out. Come. Yi Xian did not say much. His tone directly caused Zhang Yong to be dissatisfied. You're courting death. After Zhang Yong snorted coldly, he took a big stride forward. Although he was at the middle stage of the true profound realm, the 80th place on the Earth Board was already at the peak of the true profound realm. Therefore, his strength was considered to be at the peak of the true profound realm. However, in the next moment, he felt a pain in his chest and flew out uncontrollably. What? Zhang Yong was shocked. He landed outside the arena and spat out a mouthful of blood. Yi Xian wins. The referee in the arena announced again. Now, Yi Xian had defeated all the middle stage true profound realm disciples of the great Tang dynasty. Next would be the peak of the true profound realm. Trash. Zhang Yong, who had landed outside the arena, suddenly heard a voice. He turned around and saw Tang Tian standing not far away. His expression immediately changed. What's going on? Senior brother, I want to continue the challenge. Yi Xian continued to shout in the arena. Alright, I've already sent someone to inform them. The arena administrator of the Divine Prefecture Alliance had already sent many people to inform them. Furthermore, there were several people at the same time. It would not be long before those people arrived at the arena one by one. However, at this moment, Tang Tian suddenly said, "Yi Xian, I know what you're going to do. Next is the peak of the true profound realm. Are you sure you want to suffer?" Yi Xian had just broken through, so Tang Tian did not know that Yi Xian was definitely courting death. But right at this moment, someone suddenly whispered from the side, "Your Highness, he's already at the peak of the true profound realm." What? The moment he said that, Tang Tian immediately agreed. This chapter does not end, please turn the page, shocked. How was this possible? Previously, when he was sent flying by a single punch from Yi Xian was only at the middle stage of the true profound realm. However, in just a few days, Yi Xian had actually broken through to the peak of the true profound realm. Could it be that Yi Xian had eaten some kind of precious heavenly treasure and leveled up? However, after quickly searching through his memories, he found that there was nothing that could directly raise someone from the middle stage of the true profound realm by one level. What a monster! His aptitude is above adjudicator songs, but why is he still participating in the assessment? Tang Tian was very puzzled. He had already felt immense pressure from Yi Xian. As he pondered, he could not help but reveal a murderous intent. It was not a good sign to make an enemy of such a genius. However, at this moment, he and Yi Xian were already mortal enemies. Therefore, he only had one thought in his mind, and that was to eliminate Yi Xian. Soon, two more figures appeared on the arena. They were the two peak of the true profound realm from the great Tang dynasty in the underworld palace. They were different from Zhang Yong. When they entered, they saw Tang Tian and immediately walked towards him. "Yi Xian is courting death. Do not show any mercy later. Cripple him," Tang Tian said softly. He did not know who would enter the arena first, but as long as he could cripple Yi Xian would be finished. "Yes." The two of them replied respectfully. Then, one of them walked into the arena. Looking at the young man, Yi Xian smiled slightly. At this moment, Song Suijing suddenly shouted from below the arena, "Yi Xian, send him flying." "Okay." Yi Xian's answer was very simple. When the referee below the arena heard this, he immediately shouted, "Begin." Peak of the true profound realm. This was the first peak of the true profound realm that Yi Xian had faced. But, so what? "Junior brother Yi, you go first." "If I go first, I'm afraid you won't have the chance to do so," the young man said coldly. "Okay, then I will respectfully accept your offer." Yi Xian did not want to waste time talking nonsense. He immediately activated his profound qi and in an instant, he turned into a stream of light and shot out. Whoosh! Everyone present could not see his movements clearly, including the peak of the true profound realm disciples and even the young man standing in front of Yi Xian. The young man was a little regretful. He regretted saying such big words, but now was not the time to regret. He focused his eyes and saw that it was actually true. He caught a glimpse of Yi Xian's figure. Immediately, he activated his profound qi and suddenly threw a punch in front of him. However, in the next moment, he was stunned. Yi Xian suddenly sped up and disappeared. This punch of his had hit nothing but air. No, it did not miss. The young man's heart trembled. He felt that his right fist had hit something, but just as this feeling was transmitted to his brain, he felt a heart-wrenching pain. Crack! A crisp sound rang out in the quiet arena. When everyone reacted, they realized that a strange thing had pierced through the young man's back. It was a bone. Although the young man was at the peak of the true profound realm, he could not help but let out a scream. Yi Xian had punched his hand bone through his shoulder. One had to know that this young man had also used an upper-grade spiritual level martial art. Yi Xian was also using the same technique, but why was the difference so big? The young man screamed as he retreated. At this moment, the biggest thought in his mind was to escape. You want to run? Get out of here. Yi Xian quickly followed and kicked the young man's waist, kicking him out of the arena. The arena was 5 meters high. The young man flew out and landed hard on the ground, falling flat on his face. Victory to Yi Xian. The manager of the arena was already used to such occurrences and immediately shouted out. This young man was ranked 67th, which meant that Yi Xian had already charged into the 67th place on the Earth roll. Next up was the 43rd place. Yeah, Yi Xian did well. Song Suijing, who was below the arena, cheered. Yi Xian had crippled his opponent with one punch and sent him flying with the second punch. It was really satisfying. Everyone in the crowd was completely convinced by him. They were both at the peak of the true profound realm, but why was the difference so big? Could it be that Yi Xian had already condensed his Jin Dan and was at the half-step origin core realm? How was this possible? How many peak true profound realm disciples in the soaring sky mansion were stuck at the step of condensing their Jin Dan? Yi Xian had just entered the underworld palace for less than 2 months. How could he have condensed his Jin Dan? No one believed it, but Yi Xian had sent an expert ranked 67th flying with one punch. This was an undeniable fact. End of chapter. Chapter 200. After sending his opponent flying, Yi Xian walked back to the center of the arena in a neither arrogant nor impatient manner. After that, he shouted, "Next! Next!" Are they queuing up to give themselves warmth? At this moment, everyone's gaze was on Tang Tian. To be precise, it was on the young man beside Tang Tian. He was the 43rd disciple on the Earth board. What are you waiting for? Go! Tang Tian clenched his teeth and shouted. Yi Xian had already provoked him, how could he show weakness? Your Highness, the young man was hesitant. Yi Xian could cripple an opponent of the same level with one punch and send him flying with 2 punches. This was obviously not something he could handle. If he went up, he might end up like that. He did not want his bones to be broken. Go! Tang Tian clenched his fist and his body trembled. The young man hesitated for a moment. After a while, he clenched his teeth and turned to walk towards the ring. His footsteps were heavy. Each step left a footprint. At the same time, he kept asking himself in his heart. Go! Or not? If he went up, he might lose an arm. If he did not go up, he would anger Tang Tian. Ta-ta. The young man did not notice his speed. He had already walked to the stairs beside the ring. Get the hell up there. Tang Tian's furious voice came from behind him. A strong martial artist at the peak of the true profound realm. No matter which empire he was in, he would definitely be the target of the royal family. But here, he was scolded like a dog. In an instant, the young man made a decision. He turned his head and said, I give up. He did not have any confidence in himself. Rather than being crippled by Yi Xian and continuing to be Tang Tian's dog, he would rather leave the great Tang dynasty. What did you say? Without waiting for the arena administrator to speak, Tang Tian shouted in disbelief. Your Highness, I give up and leave the great Tang dynasty. The young man said with determination. Although he was sent to the soaring heaven mansion by the great Tang dynasty's royal family, he was still alone. Tang Tian's actions had already disappointed him. Say that again. Tang Tian suspected that he had heard wrongly. The young man's words shocked everyone present, including Yi Xian. However, he reacted quickly and said with a smile, Senior brother, the Divine Prefecture Alliance welcomes you. All right, I'll join. The young man agreed without any hesitation. Since he had already left the Tang dynasty, it would be best for him to join the strongest divine prefecture alliance. Ha! Yi Xian laughed out loud. He did not expect to see such a dramatic scene. Not only were Tang Tian's subordinates afraid of going up on stage, they even left the great Tang dynasty and joined the Divine Continent Alliance. Yi Xian had won so many matches in a row and swept away the face of the great Tang dynasty. However, what he had done before could not compare to what he had done this time. This was a resounding slap to the face, and it was done by his own people. This made Yi Xian think of a phrase, "Bring disgrace upon yourself." Good, very good. Tang Tian was flustered and exasperated. He immediately said to the young man next to him, "Even if you have to die, you have to cripple him, do you understand?" The young man was startled for a moment, then he nodded his head. He was different from the traitor. He was a man of sacrifice trained by the great Tang dynasty, and he was loyal to the great Tang dynasty's royal family. Tang Tian's order was something he had to do even if he had to die. Furthermore, he was the only person in the great Tang dynasty who was ranked in the top 20 of the Earth Palace, and he had already formed a trace of core energy. As long as he had enough core energy, he would be able to fuse with a profound beast's inner core. After that, he would break through to the divine core realm. Since he had already formed his core energy, he could easily defeat any ordinary peak true profound realm warrior, just like Yi Xian. Next. Yi Xian's voice sounded out once again, and it echoed throughout the entire arena. Right now, there were nearly 100 people gathered in the arena. There were disciples from the Earth Palace, and disciples from the Black and Yellow Mansions. When they heard what Yi Xian said, they couldn't help but be startled. Yi Xian had just challenged a peak true profound realm warrior, and now he was going to challenge a half-step origin core warrior. One had to know that even if a low-grade spirit class martial art was used with Jin Dan essence, its power would still be stronger than a mid-grade spirit class martial art. If a high-rank spirit martial skill was used, its strength would be comparable to an earth-rank martial skill. Go, cripple him. Tang Tian's expression darkened once again as he ordered. Yes, sir. The young man nodded his head and replied. After that, he slowly walked towards the arena. Everyone's gazes fell upon him. Tang Yaoguang, ranked 19th on the Earth ranking, half-step origin core warrior. His cultivation base had surpassed everyone in the arena, but no one knew who was stronger, Yi Xian or Tang Yaoguang. Although Yi Xian had won so many matches in a row, he was going to face a half-step origin core warrior, a warrior who only had one foot in the divine core realm. Song Suijing looked at Tang Yaoguang and furrowed his brows. He whispered to Yi Xian, "That's enough, you've taken your revenge. Don't challenge him anymore, come down now." Yi Xian turned his head and said with a smile, "Since it's revenge, I won't give up halfway." "No, you can't beat him, come down now." Song Suijing said anxiously. "I can even send a peak true profound realm warrior flying with a single punch, so I can send a mere half-step origin core warrior flying." "What? You don't believe me? Why don't we have another bet?" "It's the same bet as before." "What do you think?" Yi Xian asked. "I'm not betting, come down now." Song Suijing glanced at Huang Yaoguang, and found out that Huang Yaoguang had already reached the bottom of the arena and was walking down the stairs. "If you don't want to bet, then I won't go down." Yi Xian shrugged his shoulders like a rascal. Song Suijing compromised, "Fine, I lose, come down now. You just don't believe in my strength. Just watch from below." Yi Xian replied calmly. Although he and Song Suijing were enemies before, that was only during the exam. After spending some time with Song Suijing, he found her to be a cute little girl. Just now, Tang Tian's actions caused him to be misunderstood by Song Suijing, which made Song Suijing cry. When Yi Xian saw Song Suijing's teary eyes, he had already made up his mind. He had to take revenge. That was the reason why he chose to break through, and wanted to make the great Tang dynasty lose all face. Let him go down. Impossible. At this moment, Huang Yaoguang had already walked up to the arena. Song Suijing was so anxious that she jumped up and prepared to pull Yi Xian down the stage. You've already agreed to so many battles, it's enough. You don't have to risk your life for this. Although there won't be any injuries in this arena, Tang Tian obviously wants to cripple you, don't. Song Suijing pulled Yi Xian's arm and whispered. End of chapter. Chapter 201. I know he's at the half-step origin core realm, but I, Yi Xian, am not that weak. Just go down there and watch, trust me. Yi Xian said calmly with a faint smile on his face. You. Song Suijing was still frowning, but when she saw the confidence in Yi Xian's eyes, she couldn't help but ask, are you sure you can win? In her opinion, Yi Xian was just at the peak of the true profound realm, and he had just broken through. It was impossible for him to accept the challenge from Huang Yaoguang, who was at the half-step origin core realm. However, she had never seen Yi Xian lose before. Who would have thought that the man she was chasing after would break through 2 realms in just a month's time, and could send an expert who was as strong as Adjudicator Song flying with a single punch? This was a miracle. Yes. Yi Xian replied solemnly. Song Suijing hesitated for a moment. Right at this moment, a figure suddenly walked to the edge of the arena and said, Junior Sister Song, you can come down now. Hearing this familiar voice, Song Suijing and Yi Xian turned around and saw that it was Jiang Yu. I'm sorry for disturbing senior brother. Yi Xian said with guilt. He was now a guest elder of the Divine Prefecture Alliance, and his actions represented the Divine Prefecture Alliance. Don't worry, it's just the Great Tang Dynasty. Even if the 4 dynasties join forces, they won't be able to do anything to the Divine Prefecture Alliance. Jiang Yu said with a smile. That's good. Yi Xian replied with a smile. Not only that, when Jiang Yu appeared, Song Suijing's expression turned slightly better. She might not know who Jiang Yu was before, but now, it was impossible for her not to know him. Because Jiang Yu was the number 1 ranked on the Earth ranking. Song Qing had told her that Jiang Yu had broken through to the Divine Core Realm, and this was a secret that only a few people knew about. With Jiang Yu watching over them, Yi Xian would definitely be fine. Be careful. Song Suijing reminded him in a low voice, then she walked down the arena. Tang Tian also noticed Jiang Yu, and immediately realized that something was wrong. Jiang Yu was ranked first on the Earth board. Even if Yi Xian could not defeat Tang Yaoguang, his life would not be in danger. It would be difficult to cripple Yi Xian. However, at this time, Tang Yaoguang had already gone up. Could it be that he could still ask him to come down? Let's begin. After receiving a signal from Jiang Yu, the manager of the arena, the staff member also shouted loudly. The battle had begun. Half-step Primal Core Realm. The other party has Primal Core. If he uses Primal Core to use a superior grade Spirit Martial technique or even an Earth grade Martial technique, I will not be able to handle it. Therefore, there is only one way. Yi Xian thought for a moment, then took out a bow and arrows. High-grade Spirit Artifact, Heaven Shocking Bow. When the bow and arrow fell into everyone's eyes, they all opened their mouths wide. Using a bow and arrow in the ring. Was this a joke? Even Jiang Yu could not understand Yi Xian's actions. The arena was only a few hundred meters long and wide. Most of the time, it was close combat. What was Yi Xian planning to do by taking out a bow and arrow? Junior brother, are you sure you want to use a bow and arrow to fight me? Tang Yaoguang squinted his eyes and asked in surprise. Senior brother, don't underestimate a bow and arrow. Yi Xian smiled slightly. However, he had already raised his spirits to 120%. Although the half-step primal core realm was within the true profound realm, the only difference was primal core. If Tang Yaoguang used primal core to attack, he did not have the confidence to receive it. Therefore, he had to treat this battle with caution. Tang Yaoguang did not ask further. He nodded slightly and released a surge of profound qi. The surrounding space suddenly became distorted. This was the sign of profound qi being cultivated to the extreme. "Junior brother, be careful." He shouted in a low voice and disappeared from where he was. Other than Yi Xian and Jiang Yu, no one else could see his figure. Using an upper spiritual level movement technique right from the start. But it seems like you haven't used your primal core yet. Fine, I'll show you my new technique. Yi Xian thought for a moment, then suddenly shot an arrow from his bow. However, this arrow was not shot at Tang Yaoguang. Instead, it was shot at the sky. Upper spiritual level movement technique, arrow rain. A ray of light broke through the sky and shot up to a few hundred meters in the blink of an eye. Then, this ray of light suddenly exploded and turned into countless golden rays that fell from the sky. These golden rays had a very wide range and covered the entire arena. Some of them were even outside the arena. No matter where Tang Yaoguang ran, it was useless. What? Tang Yaoguang was shocked. This was the first time he had seen a movement technique with such a wide range. Immediately, he used a defensive movement technique to block these golden rays. Pft. Pft. However, this was not very useful. Yi Xian had an upper spiritual weapon and used an upper spiritual level movement technique. How could he be blocked so easily? Tang Yaoguang, who had wanted to get close to Yi Xian, was blocked by the arrow rain. Since his defensive movement technique was not effective, he could only use his attacks to block it. He stamped his feet and directly slashed at the sky to disperse the golden rays above his head. However, after he dispersed the first ray, a second ray of golden rays formed and fell on him. At the same time, Yi Xian was already retreating and continuously releasing arrows. He did this not because he wanted to use guerrilla warfare, but because he wanted to buy time. Even if he had the 100-flower bloodline to quickly recover his celestial qi, he would definitely be faster than Tang Yaoguang. Therefore, he could not use the arrow rain technique to defeat Tang Yaoguang. His purpose of buying time was to divert some of his attention to find a cultivation technique in the devouring system that would allow him to contend with an origin core realm cultivator. Since he wanted to humiliate the Tang dynasty, he could not use such a dirty method to win. If he wanted to do it, he had to do it head-on. However, Yi Xian's attacking methods had convinced everyone present. Jiang Yu was even more surprised, because this martial art was not given to Yi Xian by him. What a powerful martial art! Although it has not reached the earth level, it is close. Where did he learn it from? Jiang Yu was very surprised. Right at this moment, the battle in the arena changed. Tang Yaoguang had already rushed in front of Yi Xian, using his Dan origin to use a defensive martial art. Jiang Yu saw through it immediately. If he did not do so, Tang Yaoguang would not be able to catch up to Yi Xian. At this moment, he was already prepared to make a move. If the situation was not right, he would quickly go up to save the situation. However, when Tang Yaoguang rushed in front of Yi Xian, the latter had already put away his heaven-shocking bow. Not only that, Yi Xian's eyes were shining with a demonic light, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised, as if he had been waiting for a long time. Just now, Tang Tian had already given the order, even if Tang Yaoguang died, he had to cripple Yi Xian. Therefore, Tang Yaoguang was already prepared to kill his fellow sect members. He activated the remaining Dan origin in his body and condensed it in his palm, then suddenly extended it out. Earth-level martial art, 7 extinction palms. End of chapter. Chapter 202. Using Dan essence to use an earth-level martial arts. Let's see who's stronger, you or me. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. When Tang Yaoguang's palm was in front of him, his aura instantly soared, including the strength of his qi. Earth-level martial arts, exploding acupoints tactics. A few muffled sounds could be faintly heard coming from Yi Xian's body. This was the sound of Yi Xian's acupoints exploding. The price to pay for this was that the strength of his qi would soar several times. Go to hell. Yi Xian roared to the sky, and his right fist blasted out like a meteor. Earth-level martial arts, Great Mercy Palm. Bang! When the two palms came into contact, two different types of energy bombarded together. In an instant, a strong wind blew in the ring, blowing the audience below the ring back a few steps. Crack! Crack! Two crisp sounds rang out one after another. The two people in the arena quickly retreated backward. These two crisp sounds were the sound of the bones in their hands breaking. Tang Yaoguang retreated in horror. He hurriedly sensed his left hand and found that his left hand was already crippled. His shoulder was the pivot that connected his left hand to his body. However, the meridians in this area were all shattered, and his qi could not pass through at all. Impossible. I used Dan essence to use an earth-level martial arts. How could he block it? Tang Yaoguang could not believe it. His palm was enough to kill an expert at the peak of the true darkness realm. Even though Yi Xian had refined his body, it was impossible for him to block it. However, in the next moment, he realized that the qi in Yi Xian's body was much stronger than his, even though he had cultivated to the peak. How could this be? At this moment. Clap, clap, clap. Suddenly, a series of crisp sounds fell into Tang Yaoguang's ears. He focused his eyes and saw that Yi Xian had rushed in front of him without him noticing. Not good. Tang Yaoguang's expression changed dramatically, and his right hand that was holding the long sword suddenly chopped down. Rip! The long sword directly chopped down on Yi Xian's shoulder. At the same time, Yi Xian's palm directly slapped Tang Yaoguang's right shoulder. Bang! Tang Yaoguang was sent flying. Two great mercy palms, one on the left and one on the right, had destroyed the meridians in both of his shoulders. In addition to the fact that his Dan essence was depleted, he was no longer a threat to Yi Xian in this match. Yi Xian raised his left hand, pulled out the long sword hanging on his shoulder, and threw it to the ground. In the next moment, Yi Xian's left. Senior brother Tang, die. Yes is. B. But at this moment. Brat, stop. An explosive shout suddenly sounded out in the sky. Immediately after, a figure appeared on the stage. This person wore the clothes of an elder of the soaring sky mansion and directly charged towards Yi Xian. What? F. Elder. Or. Not good. Yi Xian shouted in his mind. But, his left hand didn't stop there. He accurately slapped onto Tang Yaoguang's chest, then a massive amount of profound energy was injected into Tang Yaoguang's body, sending him flying away once again. Buddy, you're courting death. Seeing this, the old man's eyes turned red. He quickly arrived next to Yi Xian, then he slapped onto Yi Xian's chest as well. Bang! The old man's palm seemed weak, but in fact, it was incredibly powerful. It instantly sent Yi Xian flying away. Yi Xian felt like his chest was going to explode, and it felt like there was a meat grinder running inside his body. The profound energy in his body started flowing in reverse, and he was in so much pain that he almost fainted. The palm strike of a divine core warrior was not something that anyone could withstand. Everything happened too quickly, and only Jiang Yu was able to react to it. Without hesitation, he quickly dashed forward. After the old man sent Yi Xian flying away, he turned around and glanced at Tang Yaoguang's injuries. Killing intent immediately emerged in his heart. "Buddy, I'm going to kill you," the old man furiously roared out as he dashed forward. Before Yi Xian could land on the ground, he slapped onto him again. However, what surprised him was that Yi Xian, who was in the air, wasn't knocked out by him. He still maintained a trace of consciousness. With great difficulty, he condensed a trace of profound energy and blasted out a palm to meet the old man's withered palm. Bang! Crack! The bones in Yi Xian's left hand were shattered by the impact. The old man had a look of disbelief on his face. But he didn't stop there. He slapped his palm toward Yi Xian again. "Stop!" Jiang Yu had caught up with Yi Xian. But he wasn't fast enough, so he could only watch as Yi Xian was struck by the old man's second palm strike. Bang! Another surge of energy drilled into Yi Xian's body, shattering all of his internal organs. "Fuck your cousin." Yi Xian didn't faint from the pain, he cursed in his mind. He couldn't figure out why a divine core sect elder would attack him. But now, he finally understood. This old man must be a divine core warrior from the great Tang dynasty, and because he had crippled Tang Yaoguang's cultivation, he had enraged this old man. The four dynasties kept each other in check, and each dynasty only had one divine core warrior. Tang Yaoguang was the genius who had the highest chance of breaking through to the divine core realm in the great Tang dynasty, and he had been crippled by Yi Xian. It would be strange if he didn't seek revenge on Yi Xian. When the old man saw that Yi Xian was still alive, he was surprised. He was about to give him another palm strike, but right at this moment, Jiang Yu finally arrived. Originally, Jiang Yu wanted to hide his true strength, but he didn't expect this old man to suddenly attack Yi Xian. He didn't want to see Yi Xian die, so he had no choice but to attack. Bang! When the two divine core warriors' palms collided, the shockwaves swept across 100 meters away, and knocked away all the disciples who hadn't reacted in time. Jiang Yu and the old man both took a few steps back. The former asked in shock, "Sect Elder Tang, what are you doing?" "He has crippled the second divine core warrior of the great Tang dynasty," the old man said while gnashing his teeth. At the same time, he was shocked. When Jiang Yu exchanged a palm strike with him just now, he realized that Jiang Yu was no weaker than him. He knew that Jiang Yu was a divine core warrior, but he didn't expect him to be so strong. "Then, Sect Elder Tang, who are you? Are you the great Tang dynasty's old great emperor, or are you an elder of the soaring heaven mansion?" Jiang Yu asked. The old man was startled, then he realized that something bad was going to happen. Indeed, he was the great Tang dynasty's old great emperor, but he was in the soaring heaven mansion right now, and he was an elder of the soaring heaven mansion. An elder had violated the soaring heaven mansion's rules and attacked a disciple who was fighting on the arena. Because of this, he would most likely be expelled from the soaring heaven mansion. "I'm sorry for being rude, but this young man is cruel and merciless. He actually killed his fellow disciples. I'm just cleaning up the mess." The old man quickly found an explanation for himself. "Cleaning up the mess. Tang Sun, are you enforcing the law on my behalf?" Suddenly, an old voice sounded out. After that, a figure descended from the sky and landed next to Yi Xian. He quickly fed Yi Xian a pill and helped Yi Xian absorb it. After that, he turned around and looked at the old man. End of chapter. Chapter 203. Song Cheng. After seeing who it was, the old man's expression darkened. He didn't understand why Song Cheng would come to the underworld palace, and why he coincidentally saw him injure Yi Xian. The man who suddenly appeared was the great Song dynasty's old great emperor, Song Cheng, as well as the law-enforcing elder of Soaring Heaven Mansion. If a disciple of Soaring Heaven Mansion made a mistake, the law enforcement hall would be the one to punish him. However, this old man had overstepped his authority and punished a disciple on behalf of Song Cheng. This was against the rules. "Tang Sun, How dare you disregard the sect's rules and attack a disciple? Jiang Yu, arrest him. Song Qing shouted coldly. Tang Sun glared at Song Qing and hastily shouted, how dare you? Even if the sect chief made a mistake, I still have the authority to arrest him. Tang Sun, are you trying to resist? Song Qing took a step forward and unleashed his powerful core energy. The powerful aura nearly knocked out Yi Xian. Hearing this, Tang Sun trembled in anger. Seeing that Tang Sun didn't respond, Jiang Yu also dashed forward, preparing to arrest him. However, right at this moment, his aura suddenly skyrocketed. He estimated that he would lose his position as a sect elder, and his cultivation base might even be destroyed, then he would be expelled from Soaring Heaven Mansion. He didn't dare to do anything. Therefore, he had to run. Bang! Tang Sun slapped Jiang Yu's shoulder with lightning speed, sending him flying away. After that, he turned around and started running away. Seeing this, Song Qing immediately shouted out, Tang Sun is running away for fear of punishment. Jiang Yu, come with me and arrest him. Yes. Jiang Yu was furious as well, so he immediately chased after Tang Sun. In an instant, a great battle broke out, a great battle between divine core warriors. Tang Sun had a gloomy expression. He was defending himself while running away. Luckily, he had a great movement skill, or else he would have been captured by Song Qing and Jiang Yu. At the same time, Song Suijing quickly ran next to Yi Xian and checked his injuries. But, when she checked his injuries, she couldn't help but cry out in shock, all of his meridians are broken. All of his meridians were broken. If he didn't have any pills or medicine, his life would be ruined. Not only that, but Yi Xian's body was in chaos. His injuries were so severe that he could die at any moment. But Yi Xian hadn't fainted yet. He gritted his teeth and said, help me, the pill. Both of his hands were crippled. On one hand, he was injured when he fought Tang Yaoguang, and on the other hand, he was injured when he fought Tang Sun. At this moment, he could not even lift his hand. However, he spent the last of his devouring points to exchange for an elixir. Song Suijing had tears in her eyes. After being reminded by Yi Xian, she realized that there was a black pill beside Yi Xian's hand. Is this it? Song Suijing picked up the elixir and asked. Yes. Yi Xian said weakly. At that moment, Song Suijing hurriedly threw the pill into Yi Xian's mouth. The latter immediately swallowed it. Song Cheng's elixir could only temporarily suppress his injuries. It was useless for his broken meridians. With his meridians broken, celestial qi could not circulate. He couldn't even refine it. Fortunately, Song Suijing was still beside him. She quickly transferred some celestial qi over to help him refine it. The elixir instantly spread and flowed through Yi Xian's body. Every time it flowed through his broken meridians, some of the elixir would remain and act as a bridge to connect his meridians temporarily. Ever since his dantian was broken, Yi Xian had never felt this empty and powerless feeling again. He didn't expect to experience it again today. If it was an ordinary person whose meridians were broken, they would definitely be crippled. But he wasn't an ordinary person. Not only did he have the divine elixir exchanged from the devouring system, he also had the mid-level 100-flower bloodline. Given some time, his meridians could be connected. How are you? Song Suijing asked anxiously. I'm okay. I won't die. Be careful. Yi Xian said slowly. The elixir given by Song Qing was pretty good. With the addition of the 100-flower bloodline, his injuries were already suppressed and he was slowly recovering. Ta-ta-ta. At this moment, the sound of footsteps was suddenly heard. Song Suijing turned around and saw that it was Tang Tian. Song Suijing immediately took out her weapon and looked at Tang Tian cautiously. Tang Tian, why are you here? When the members of the Divine Prefecture Alliance saw Tang Tian walking towards Yi Xian, they quickly followed and protected Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian didn't have any ability to resist. If Tang Tian wanted to attack, he could kill Yi Xian in one hit. The current you isn't worth my time, trash. Tang Tian shouted coldly. When Yi Xian, who was lying on the ground, heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. Go and see what your grandfather is saying, ha. Tang Tian's expression darkened. He didn't expect Tang Sun to attack at this critical moment. However, Tang Sun was a divine core warrior, and he could definitely cripple Yi Xian. However, he didn't know the rules of the Soaring Heaven Mansion. To be exact, he didn't know the rules of the Soaring Heaven Mansion. Therefore, he didn't know what Tang Sun was going to face. He thought Tang Sun would only receive some punishment. But too bad, not only did Tang Sun injure Yi Xian, he even fought back. He would be expelled from the Soaring Heaven Mansion, or even crippled. If he was an ordinary disciple, Tang Sun would at most be stripped of his elder position. However, Yi Xian's current status was different. It wasn't because he defeated Tang Yaoguang, it was because of Lin Wenyue. After Tang Tian finished speaking, he coldly harumphed, then he quickly left the arena and chased after the other three. From the beginning to the end, he didn't even look at Tang Yaoguang, who was still on the arena. Tang Yaoguang was disheartened, but this was his fate. The rest of the disciples surrounded Yi Xian, whispering to each other. They could see that Yi Xian was severely injured, and profound energy was leaking out from his body. This was clearly a sign that his meridians were broken. However, after observing for a while, they were shocked to find that the speed at which the profound energy was leaking out had slowed down significantly. After a while, the leaking profound energy was actually sucked back in. What was going on? Junior Disciple Song, what happened to Senior Disciple Yi? A disciple from the Divine Prefecture Alliance looked at Yi Xian and couldn't help but ask. I don't know either. Song Suijing shook her head. Right at this moment, Yi Xian's eyes were tightly shut, and his breathing was very stable. He didn't look like someone who was severely injured at all. After a long while, Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes and let out a sigh of relief. Yi Xian, how are you? Song Suijing asked anxiously. I'm fine, but I can't move for the time being. Just let me lie down for a while. Yi Xian replied indifferently. However, he had just sensed that his meridians were already connected. As long as he was given a little more time, he would be able to recover to his original state. However, he had just used a special martial art, the exploding body technique. The price of using this martial art was to cause him to fall by 3 realms for half a month. It could be considered a life-saving martial art. If it wasn't for the exploding body technique, Yi Xian definitely wouldn't have been able to cripple Tang Yaoguang. When he faced Tang Sun, he would probably be slapped to death. VIP Chapter, End of Chapter. Chapter 204. Why are you so stupid? It's more than enough to defeat so many of them, why do you still want to challenge a half-step origin core warrior? Seeing Yi Xian on the verge of death, Song Suijing couldn't hold it in any longer. She laid her head on Yi Xian's body and started crying. The surrounding people were speechless. A princess of a dynasty was laying her head on a man's body and crying in public. What kind of scandal was this? But they still turned their heads away and pretended they didn't see anything. What are you talking about? Didn't I just beat up that Tang Yaoguang? If it wasn't for that old man, I wouldn't have become like this. Yi Xian said helplessly. He really wanted to take advantage of the situation, but all his meridians had just been reconnected, and he couldn't move at all. If you didn't challenge him, this wouldn't have happened. Song Suijing raised her head. Her face was covered in tears, and it almost melted Yi Xian's heart. That won't do. If I don't take revenge, it will always be a burden in my heart, and become an obstacle in my path of cultivation. That's why I have to get rid of it. Yi Xian casually made up an excuse. What cultivation? He grew by devouring things, and cultivation had nothing to do with him. Right after he finished speaking, Jiang Yu, who went out to catch Tang Sun, suddenly returned. But he came back alone. When he returned, he immediately walked up to Yi Xian and checked his injuries. You were hit by Elder Tang Sun's 2 palm strikes, but you only suffered such minor injuries. Jiang Yu asked in surprise. I ate a life-saving pill, otherwise I would be in deep trouble. Yi Xian grinned, then asked again, where's that old man? Elder Song went after him, but I couldn't catch up with him, so I came back. Don't worry, junior brother, Soaring Heaven Mansion will definitely give you justice. Jiang Yu said. That old man is the old great emperor of the Great Tang Dynasty, the only divine core warrior in the Great Tang Dynasty. He really helped me vent the hatred in my heart. Yi Xian casually said. If possible, he wanted to return Tang Sun's slap with his own hands. Alright, I'll carry you back to rest, Jiang Yu said as he found a stretcher and carried Yi Xian back to the courtyard. But when he arrived, he was shocked to find that Yi Xian's room was already a mess, and there was a scarlet word for death on the wall. This Tang Tian is really rebellious. Jiang Yu personally cleaned up the garbage in the Yi Xian and then made a big ice cube. Here, put Yi Xian on top. 1000-year frost. Song Suijing exclaimed in surprise. Yes, this will help you recover. You'll need to rest for at least a month. Jiang Yu nodded. Thank you, senior brother. Yi Xian lied down on the ice bed and smiled. He felt that the ice bed beneath him was not bad. It had indeed increased his recovery speed by quite a bit. He estimated that he wouldn't need a month, he would only need 10 days. After that, Jiang Yu left. He still had something important to do, and that was to report this incident to the Soaring Heaven Mansion. As for Song Suijing, she stayed behind to take care of Yi Xian. However, what surprised Song Suijing was that in less than half a day, Yi Xian's injuries had mostly healed. He could even move his arms, which were just crippled. How is this possible? It's only been half a day. Song Suijing was astonished. I told you, it's a life-saving pill, it's priceless. Yi Xian said with an indifferent tone. But in his mind, he was extremely shocked. After half a day, he could feel that most of his injuries had healed. He had the mid-level 100-flower bloodline in his body, the pill he spent 300 million devour points to buy, and the ice bed underneath him. These 3 things could increase his recovery speed. However, the one with the greatest effect was that medicinal pill. What a loss. I accidentally bought an expensive pill and wasted 200 million. Yi Xian felt bitter, but the situation was urgent and he didn't have time to think about it. So, he used his remaining devour points to exchange for the best pill he could. Seeing that Yi Xian could move again, Song Suijing sighed in relief and said, that pill must have been left behind by that senior, right? That's right. Yi Xian nodded. He knew that Song Suijing thought that he got the pill together with the earth rank body tempering technique, so he didn't explain. After a while, his body could move again. The heavenly fragrance life-prolonging pill is too miraculous. Not only did it heal my injuries, but it also removed the after-effects of the explosive technique. I just need to rest for one more night and I'll be able to return to my peak. Yi Xian hurriedly sensed it and found that this was not the only surprise. At this time, the Xian Qi in his body was much stronger than before. He had just broken through not long ago, but now he was already at his limit. What was going on? Could it be the effect of the heavenly fragrance life-prolonging pill? No, that's impossible. The pill has never had a hidden attribute. He quickly thought for a moment and finally attributed this surprise to the mid-level 100-flower bloodline. As long as he was seriously injured, his strength would increase after he recovered. This could be the hidden effect of the mid-level 100-flower bloodline. I've really earned big. I didn't lose out this time. Yi Xian was astonished. Not only did he not lose out this time, he actually earned big. Yi Xian, your realm, how did it recover? Song Suijing could not help but ask. Just now, she clearly felt that all the meridians in Yi Xian's body were broken and his Xian qi began to dissipate. Later on, his Xian qi slowly returned and his meridians were all reconnected. However, at that time, she felt that Yi Xian's strength was only at the peak of the true energy realm. Now, however, he had recovered and was even stronger than before. Oh, it's the effect of that pill. Yi Xian casually replied again. Fortunately, you have this kind of divine pill. Otherwise, your life would be ruined. Song Suijing also felt that it was unbelievable. At this time, the sound of footsteps suddenly came from outside the courtyard, followed by two people walking in. Grandfather. Song Suijing turned her head and saw that it was Song Qing. She immediately called out. The other person was the first on the earth roll, Jiang Yu. Song Qing quickly walked in and asked with an expression of disbelief, "How is this possible? All your meridians were broken by Tang Sun, how did you?" Yi Xian did not want to talk about this topic, so he immediately asked, "Senior, where is that old man?" That old man suddenly used a martial skill that greatly increased his speed. I couldn't catch up with him, and he escaped into the 100,000 mountain range outside the soaring heaven mansion. Song Qing helplessly shook his head and continued, but Jiang Yu has already reported to the sect master, and a group of sect elders have gone out to capture him. He escaped. Yi Xian's heart sank. This was not a good sign. Tang Sun was a divine core warrior, and he could do whatever he wanted in the eastern region. If Yi Xian was targeted by him, his life could be in danger at any time. End of chapter. Chapter 205. However, Tang Sun had to rely on his legs to escape. The elders who went out to capture him could ride on the soaring sky rocks, so they should be able to catch him. Let's not talk about this for now. It's fine as long as you're fine. How did you recover? Song Qing asked. I was training outside previously and coincidentally obtained the inheritance of a senior. I also obtained a life-saving pill. Otherwise, I might have become a cripple this time and might even lose my life, Yi Xian replied. In his opinion, even if Tang Sun was captured, he would not be punished too severely because he had already recovered. Therefore, he had to increase Tang Sun's crimes so that he would not be able to bear the consequences. You've connected your meridians in such a short time and your injuries have mostly healed. It seems that this pill is extraordinary. However, don't worry. Tang Sun is dead for sure this time. At least his cultivation will be crippled, Song Qing said. At least? Yi Xian was shocked. Tang Sun was an elder. How could he be crippled just like that? At this moment, he suddenly thought of a possibility. Senior, previously, Yi Xian asked. However, before he could finish, he was interrupted by Song Qing. Let me ask you first. How did you know that name? Both of them had the same thought. Hearing this, Yi Xian directly answered, it was mentioned in a letter that my father left behind. He asked me to come to the soaring sky mansion to look for him. Father. Song Qing paused for a moment. Then, his eyes suddenly widened and he asked, what's your father's name? Yi Chong. Yi Xian answered instinctively. What? Both of them exclaimed in surprise. One of them was Song Qing, and the other was Jiang Yu. Yi Chong. Isn't he the super genius who won the first place in the heavenly mansion more than 10 years ago? Jiang Yu's eyes widened. This super genius was Yi Xian's father. Your surname is Yi too. I didn't expect you to be his son. Song Ching said with a shocked expression. The surname Yi was considered common. There were dozens of disciples in the Soaring Sky Mansion with this surname. However, he did not expect Yi Xian to be related to Yi Chong. Yi Xian also did not expect this. He thought that Yi Chong was only acquainted with the elders of the Soaring Sky Mansion. He did not expect that Yi Chong was also a disciple of the Soaring Sky Mansion. Where is Yi Chong now? Song Ching continued to ask. I'm not sure either. My father has left home for many years, and he has broken through the shackles of the divine core realm. He left a letter for me to come to Soaring Firmament Manor to look for someone, Yi Xian answered honestly. What? As soon as he said this, the three people in the room were all shocked. He has surpassed the divine core realm, he has actually broken through to the fourth level of the divine soul realm. Song Ching opened his mouth wide. He was a divine core warrior, how could he not understand what this meant? The divine core realm was divided into three major realms, mortal core, earth core, and heavenly core. These three realms were further divided into initial core, and advanced core. In other words, there were a total of 9 stages in the divine core realm. Although there were only 9 stages between the true spirit realm and the peak of the true profound realm, the difficulty of breaking through these 9 stages in the divine core realm was at least 100 times greater. Song Ching was only at the mortal core realm, and it was said that the Soaring Sky Mansion sect chief was only at the earth core realm. As for Yi Xian's father, Yi Chong, he had actually broken through the shackles of the heavenly core realm a long time ago. He had broken his core and formed his soul, becoming a super mighty warrior who had broken through to the 4th level of the divine soul realm. 4th level of the divine soul realm. So this is the realm after the divine core realm. It sounds so awesome. Yi Xian thought to himself. Yi Xian, are you sure that your father has already surpassed the divine core realm? Song Ching asked in disbelief. Yes, this letter was written by him 8 years ago. At that time, he had already broken through to the divine core realm. Yi Xian nodded his head. Song Ching swallowed his saliva and murmured, 8 years ago, he was already at the 4th level of the divine soul realm, then now, he didn't dare to think about it anymore. Song Suijing and Jiang Yu were filled with admiration. They knew that Yi Xian came from a low-rank empire, but they never expected that a genius who was even stronger than the sect chief of the Soaring Heaven Mansion would appear in this low-rank empire. Most importantly, this genius was Yi Xian's father. Senior, this Lin Wenyue is? Yi Xian asked curiously. Lin Wenyue, no, she should be called Lin Si now. She is the sect chief's daughter, the great elder of the Soaring Heaven Mansion. Song Ching replied. Sect chief's daughter. Yi Xian and the other two were dumbfounded. I don't mind telling you this, she was your father's junior apprentice sister, and she liked your father. However, your father, he only treated her as his little sister, and after your father left the Soaring Heaven Mansion, she went into secluded cultivation, and she hasn't come out yet. Song Ching sighed and said. Yi Xian and the other two were speechless. They never thought that something like this would happen back then. Father even asked me to look for her. What if she kills me? Yi Xian shuddered. However, Lin Wenyue might know where Yi Chong went. Senior, can I see her? Yi Xian asked. I'm not sure. She has been in seclusion for more than 10 years, and even the sect chief has only seen her a few times. I don't know about you, Song Ching wasn't sure either. After all, Yi Xian was Yi Chong's son. However, after a pause, he said, however, the sect chief and your father had some conflicts, so the sect chief didn't allow you to see the great elder. Conflicts? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. It seemed that he was in big trouble. However, the sect chief also said that if you can enter the top 10 of the heaven roll, he might let you see the great elder, Song Ching added. The top 10 of the heaven roll. Yi Xian gasped. He hadn't even entered the top 10 of the Earth roll. Senior, I'm currently a disciple of the Underworld Palace, how can I enter the Heavenly Palace? Yi Xian asked. As long as you can enter the top 5 of the Earth roll, you'll be qualified to challenge those on the Heaven roll. Also, there are only 100 people on the Heaven roll. Jiang Yu explained. Yi Xian thought for a moment. He was currently in the top 20 of the Earth roll, and if he worked hard, he would be able to break through to the half-step origin core realm and enter the top 10. Although there were only 100 people on the Heaven roll, not all of them were at the half-step origin core realm. Therefore, it wasn't difficult to enter the Heaven roll. The difficult part was entering the top 5 of the Heaven roll. He estimated that the top 5 of the Heaven roll were all super geniuses at the divine core realm. Therefore, it was still a bit difficult. Yi Xian, I think you've profited from your misfortune this time. Your Xian energy has reached its peak. Here, I have a few Earth rank cultivation skills, you can practice them first. I'll give you more later. Jiang Yu took out a few skill books. Yi Xian put them away, then he said, Senior disciple, please help me get more materials for my forging. What? You haven't fully recovered from your injuries, and you want to forge? Jiang Yu cried out in surprise. It's alright, I'll rest for a night, and I'll be back to my peak tomorrow. Besides, I'm really short on money right now. Yi Xian answered honestly. End of chapter. Chapter 206. Yi Xian had reached the peak of the true mystic realm and was close to breaking through to the half-step origin core realm. However, he did not have anything in his devouring space, so it was not enough for him to break through to the half-step origin core realm. Therefore, he needed money. Alright, I have already ordered a lot of materials. It should be enough for you. Jiang Yu left after saying that, not wanting to disturb Yi Xian's rest. Alright, I won't disturb you anymore. Remember what I said just now. If you want to meet the Great Elder, you have to be at least in the top 5 of the Heaven list. As for Tang Sun, you don't have to worry about him. He won't be able to escape. Song Qing left after saying that, leaving only Yi Xian and Song Suijing in the room. Then I'll leave too. Have a good rest. Call me if you need anything, Song Suijing said. I'll call you if I need anything. Yi Xian's eyes lit up after hearing that, and he nodded. After a night of rest, Yi Xian had also recovered to his peak. Even he was surprised by the speed of his recovery. The next morning, he went to look for Jiang Yu. Yi Xian. You've recovered. When Jiang Yu saw Yi Xian, he was shocked because Yi Xian did not look any different from before. Instead, his aura was stronger than before. Yes, I've recovered, Yi Xian nodded and said, Senior brother, how many materials do you have for high-grade spiritual artifacts? 100, is that enough? Jiang Yu grinned, 100. 100. Yi Xian's eyes widened. Now, a high-grade spiritual artifact only cost him 5 million devouring points, but he could sell it for 1,500 mid-grade crystals. 100 of them would be 150,000 mid-grade crystals, which was enough for him to break through to the half-step origin core realm. Not bad. It should be enough for you to use for half a year. Jiang Yu nodded. Previously, there were not many high-grade spiritual artifact blacksmiths, so there were not many materials. However, he had already gone to other places to get more materials. Ha, senior brother, I'll get them for you in 3 days. Yi Xian laughed. 3 days. It seems that you haven't fully recovered yet. Jiang Yu paused for a moment. Previously, Yi Xian sold a high-grade spirit artifact every 2 days. Now, it was 3 days. It was obvious that they had regressed. Yi Xian didn't try to defend himself. Senior brother, just give me all the materials. Oh, okay. Jiang Yu nodded slightly and took out all the materials he had collected. Yi Xian put everything into his devouring space. Just as he was about to enter the smithing room, he thought of another problem. He didn't have any more points to devour. Senior brother, can you give me some crystals in advance? Yi Xian asked weakly. How much do you want? Jiang Yu asked in surprise. 50,000 mid-grade crystals. Yi Xian said, 50,000. Jiang Yu was also shocked, but he didn't ask any questions. Yi Xian's status wasn't ordinary, so he simply took out the crystal. Many thanks, senior brother. Yi Xian took the crystals and walked into the smithing room. 3 days later, he walked out of the cave. Jiang Yu was still sitting in the weapon hole. When he saw Yi Xian come out, he said in surprise, "Oh, Yi Xian, did you forge a blazing sword?" Yi Xian didn't say anything. He took out 2 large boxes from his devouring space. Jiang Yu was a little surprised as he opened it to take a look. He found that there were piles of treasured swords lying quietly inside, and all of them were high-grade spirit artifacts, raging flame swords. What? So many. Jiang Yu was shocked. Senior brother, all 100 blazing swords are complete. Yi Xian said slowly. Hiss. Jiang Yu sucked in a breath of cold air as soon as he heard this. He forged 100 high-grade spirit artifacts in 3 days. How was that possible? Jiang Yu jumped off the recliner and checked them. He found that these blazing swords were the same as before. There were no flaws. Junior brother Yi, you. Jiang Yu was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Senior brother, it was a blessing in disguise. Not only did I break through to the half-step origin core realm, but my forging skills also improved, Yi Xian said with a smile. Improved? Isn't that a bit too much? Jiang Yu's eyes widened. Breaking through to the half-step origin core realm in 3 days wasn't the main point. The main point was that he forged 100 high-grade spirit artifacts in 3 days. That speed was monstrous. Oh right, senior brother, if possible, can you help me get some other materials? Yi Xian said suddenly. What do you want? Jiang Yu asked. Black iron essence, black wind sand. Yi Xian said more than 10 materials in one go. Jiang Yu listened. After that, he exclaimed in shock, these are materials used to forge earth-grade weapons. Don't tell me you. Yes, my forging skills have improved, so I want to try, Yi Xian said with a smile. Jiang Yu hesitated for a moment, then nodded his head, all right, I'll go and get some. After that, he took out 100,000 mid-grade crystal stones. This was the reward for Yi Xian's 100 blazing swords. Since he had predicted that there would be 50,000 mid-grade crystal stones, he only had 100,000 left. After that, Yi Xian left. In the past 3 days, with the help of the 50,000 mid-grade crystal stones, he had broken through to the half-step origin core realm. Furthermore, he didn't need any earth-grade cultivation techniques, as he didn't need any restrictions. This was the benefit of the devouring system. With the 100,000 mid-grade crystal stones, he now had 1.5 billion devouring points, which was more than enough for him to spend. However, in order to break through to the divine core realm from the half-step origin core realm, he would need far more cultivation resources. Without 1 million mid-grade crystal stones, it would be impossible. But that was all for later. Right now, he had something else to do. The top 10 of the Earth board. However, right after he left, a figure walked toward him. Senior. Yi Xian greeted respectfully. Yi Xian, you've really recovered. Song Qing was surprised, but he didn't think too much about it. He said, the reason I'm here is because I have something to tell you. Tang Sun has escaped. What? Yi Xian was shocked. Didn't they say that a mighty warrior rode a soaring sky rock to capture Tang Sun? How could he have escaped? Tang Sun has escaped. Not only that, Tang Tian has disappeared as well. The Great Tang Alliance has collapsed. Song Qing said. This, Yi Xian paused for a moment. Song Qing slowly said, "You better be careful these days." I'll be careful. Yi Xian understood. He had been targeted by a divine core warrior, and if he wasn't careful, he might die without knowing why. And, since you've recovered, then work harder. Even though you've broken through to the half-step origin core realm, don't slack off. Try to break through to the divine core realm as soon as possible. After saying that, Song Qing turned around and left. He was a divine core warrior, and even though Yi Xian tried his best to conceal his cultivation, he still couldn't hide it from him. But, he wasn't too surprised. After all, with a divine realm freak like Yi Chong around, Yi Xian, a 16-year-old half-step origin core warrior, was nothing. End of this chapter. Chapter 207. After Song Qing left, Yi Xian did not return immediately. Instead, he went to another place in the underworld manor. The Alchemy Hall. The Alchemy Hall in the Underworld Manor happened to be opened by the people of the Divine Prefecture Alliance. This time, Yi Xian directly purchased a lot of materials. The materials for forging were relatively small. Moreover, this time, he directly refined 100 blazing swords. Therefore, he was afraid that he would have to wait for a while to obtain the materials. Now, he needed a large amount of crystal stones. Therefore, this time, he wanted to refine pills. Moreover, he wanted to refine a very special type of pill. Luyuan pill. This Luyuan pill could allow a martial artist to directly condense inner core. One did not need to cultivate earth-level cultivation techniques to condense inner core. If this type of pill was promoted, it would definitely be in short supply. Unfortunately, the pill formula of this Luyuan pill was extremely expensive. Yi Xian spent a total of 800 million Devour points. Fortunately, he still had 100 million Devour points left and 10,000 mid-grade crystal stones to purchase the materials. The materials for the Luyuan pill were very rare. The Alchemy Hall only prepared 2 sets of materials. Moreover, it also cost him 10,000 mid-grade crystal stones. After obtaining 2 sets of materials, Yi Xian directly exchanged for the pill formula. Then, he spent another 100 million Devour points to refine 2 Luyuan pills. Damn, I don't even have a single cent on me. I'm so poor. Yi Xian said helplessly in his heart. Then, he walked in the direction of the weapon hall. When he arrived at the weapon hall, Yi Xian happened to see Jiang Yu at the entrance. Yi Xian, why are you back? Did you leave something in the forging room? Jiang Yu asked in surprise. Senior brother, I have something to discuss with you. Yi Xian said. Oh. What is it? Jiang Yu continued to ask. Yi Xian did not waste time. He directly took out the 2 Luyuan pills and said, Senior brother, these are the 2 pills that I refined previously. Take a look. What? Junior brother, you know how to refine pills? Jiang Yu exclaimed as he took the pill and examined it. What an abundance of spiritual energy. What kind of pill is this? What effect does it have? Luyuan Dan. After refining it, the medicinal energy will form Dan essence. However, it can only be used by those at the peak of the true profound realm, Yi Xian explained simply. Boom! These words struck Jiang Yu's head like a bolt of lightning from the 9 heavens. He was dumbfounded by the lightning. Are you sure? Jiang Yu had a look of disbelief. Yes, senior brother, you can find someone to test it on. Yi Xian nodded. Jiang Yu was still a little confused. He had never heard of such a pill, but when he saw Yi Xian's serious expression, he chose to believe him. After all, it was already a miracle that Yi Xian had forged 100 high-grade spiritual tools in 3 days. "All right, come with me." Jiang Yu nodded. Then, Yi Xian followed behind Jiang Yu and headed in one direction. Yi Xian was surprised, because this path didn't lead to the Profound Department Palace, nor the Yellow Department Palace. That meant they were heading to the Heavenly Palace. The Heavenly Palace was the core of the Soaring Heaven Palace, and it wasn't a place that anyone could enter. Both men were traveling at an incredible speed. After Yi Xian broke through to the half-step origin core realm, his speed had increased a lot, and this surprised Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu had a feeling that if Yi Xian broke through to the divine core realm, perhaps even Jiang Yu wouldn't be a match for Yi Xian. 2 hours later, Yi Xian finally saw an unusual place. It was a mountain range covered by a formation. There is a huge energy-gathering formation underneath the Heavenly Palace. It was constructed by the ancestors of the Soaring Heaven Palace. After that, some almighty man constructed a sealing formation, locking all the energy within the Heavenly Palace, so it can be passed down to the next generation. Jiang Yu explained to Yi Xian. To be able to construct such a huge energy-gathering formation, I'm sure he's an extraordinary warrior. Besides, I'm sure this formation consumes an astronomical amount of crystal stones every day. Yi Xian sighed. The formation he had constructed for the others required 2 mid-grade crystal stones every day. However, the Heavenly Palace was a huge place, and the amount of crystal stones it consumed every day was calculated in terms of high-grade crystal stones. I don't know about that, but I know it's huge. Oh right, I need to find the Vice Alliance Chief of the Divine Prefecture Alliance. Jiang Yu said. Vice Alliance Chief. Yi Xian was shocked. The Vice Alliance Chief of the Divine Prefecture Alliance. That meant he was at least a divine core warrior. Upon thinking about this, Yi Xian suddenly felt a huge pressure. The Heavenly Palace was a place where all the geniuses gathered. Although his talent wasn't any weaker than the others, he was still young, so he could only work harder. Both of them started running at full speed. They entered the Heavenly Palace. Compared to the other 3 palaces, the Heavenly Palace was relatively smaller. However, there were over 100 people living here. Aside from the 100 geniuses on the heavenly ranking, there were also newly recruited geniuses living here. What a powerful natural yuan energy. It's 3 times more abundant than my courtyard. Living here is such a pleasure. Yi Xian thought to himself. Although he didn't rely on the natural yuan energy to cultivate, after entering the Heavenly Palace, he felt relaxed and happy. Senior disciple, since you're already a divine core warrior, why don't you enter the Heavenly Palace? Yi Xian asked while following behind Jiang Yu. Hearing this, Jiang Yu let out an indifferent laugh. Hee, although I'm a divine core warrior, I only formed my core when I was 25 years old, and then I merged with a profound beast's inner core. I don't think I'll be able to break through to the Earth core realm in my lifetime. That's why I decided to stop cultivating and help out with the Divine Prefecture Alliance's affairs. But senior disciple, being able to break through to the divine core realm is already an amazing feat, Yi Xian said. Amazing. Those senior disciples in the Heavenly Palace are the truly amazing ones. For example, our Alliance Chief has broken through to the Earth core realm a long time ago, and the Sect Chief has promised that in a few years, our Alliance Chief will take over as the Sect Chief. Jiang Yu said with a smile, oh right, our Alliance Chief is ranked first on the heavenly ranking, but he went back to the Central Province last year and hasn't returned yet. Ranked first on the heavenly ranking, Earth core realm. Yi Xian was speechless. He had guessed that the Alliance Chief was no ordinary man, and now, after hearing this, he was convinced. The Heavenly Palace was strictly guarded, and unless someone from the other 3 palaces had something important to do, no one was allowed to enter. But, under Jiang Yu's lead, Yi Xian went straight to the place where the Heavenly Palace's disciples lived. Looking at the deserted and lifeless street, Yi Xian finally understood why Song Suijing didn't want to enter the Heavenly Palace. All the Heavenly Palace's disciples were in secluded cultivation, and there was no one on the street. Most of the people in the Heavenly Palace were from the Divine Continent Alliance, and only a few of them were unaffiliated cultivators. If Song Suijing wanted to enter the Heavenly Palace, she would have to talk to Adjudicator Song. Unknowingly, Yi Xian followed Jiang Yu and arrived in front of an ordinary mansion. "Come, let's go in together." Jiang Yu led Yi Xian into the mansion, but there was no one in the courtyard. "Big brother, are you in there?" Jiang Yu shouted into a room. Yi Xian released his sonic wave to investigate, and he found that there was indeed someone in the room. End of chapter. Chapter 208. However, the way Jiang Yu addressed him shocked Yi Xian. "Big brother." Not long after that, the door was opened, and a scholarly-looking young man walked out. "Second brother, why are you here?" The young man slowly walked over and glanced at Yi Xian. "Big brother, I have something to discuss with you." This is Yi Xian, who has just joined the Divine Prefecture Alliance. Jiang Yu introduced him to Yi Xian. "This is my big brother, Jiang Lu, ranked second on the Earth ranking, and the Deputy Alliance Chief of the Divine Prefecture Alliance." "Greetings, Deputy Alliance Chief." Yi Xian respectfully greeted. Jiang Lu once again looked at Yi Xian and said, "You have good talent, why are you still in the Underworld Palace?" "He'll be promoted after a while." Jiang Yu replied. With Yi Xian's half-step origin core strength, he would definitely be able to fight his way into the heavenly abode. After all, there were still many peak true profound realm warriors in the heavenly abode. "Oh, second brother, why are you looking for me?" Jiang Lu nodded and asked. Jiang Yu said, "Yi Xian is a spirit tool blacksmith, and he is a high-grade spirit tool blacksmith. A few days ago, he forged 100 high-grade spirit tools, so I thought, what? A few days ago, he forged 100 high-grade spirit tools?" Jiang Lu interrupted. "That's right, 100 high-grade spirit tools in 3 days. The reason I'm here is to get some forging materials, including earth-grade ones." After saying that, Jiang Yu took out 2 big boxes. Jiang Lu opened the boxes, and sure enough, there were 100 swords. He was shocked. Earth-grade forging materials? He can forge earth-grade weapons? Earth-grade weapons were called earth-grade weapons, and they were different from spirit tools. Even 100 high-grade spirit tools couldn't compare to a single low-grade earth-grade weapon. Even Jiang Yu and Jiang Lu, who were both divine core warriors, didn't have an earth-grade weapon. Yi Xian said he wanted to try. "That's why I'm here to ask big brother if you have any earth-grade materials." Jiang Yu said. Jiang Lu paused for a second. "I don't have any, but I can ask my master for some. You guys wait here, I'll be right back." "Big brother, wait, there's one more thing." Jiang Yu hurriedly stopped him and took out 2 Luyuan elixirs from his interspatial ring. "Big brother, these are 2 Luyuan elixirs. After a martial artist at the peak of the true darkness realm takes them, he can directly condense elixir essence." "What?" Jiang Lu was shocked again. "A single pill can make it so." A person at the peak of the true profound realm was able to condense Jindan essence. Was that so miraculous? If this medicinal pill is really so miraculous, then my Divine Prefecture Alliance, no, my Soaring Heaven Mansion's overall strength will rise by several levels. Jiang Lu said with his eyes wide open. That's right, the Soaring Heaven Mansion has a few hundred peak true profound warriors. If we can mass-produce this pill, the Soaring Heaven Mansion will be able to produce many more divine core warriors, and we will definitely be able to suppress all the sects in the other 3 regions. Jiang Yu nodded his head. Jiang Lu was still in disbelief as he asked, "Where did you get this Luyuan Dan from?" "It's right in front of you." It was made by Yi Xian. Jiang Yu said with a smile. What? Jiang Lu gasped. Yi Xian was not only an expert in alchemy, he was also an expert in equipment crafting, and his talent wasn't any worse than any of the others. Not only that, Yi Xian is also an expert in building the foundation of an energy-gathering formation. A few days ago, he had set up one for every single member of the 3 palaces. Jiang Yu continued. After listening to what Yi Xian had to say, Jiang Lu was filled with admiration. He looked at Yi Xian with surprise. Equipment crafting, alchemy, formations, don't tell me you're an old monster who sneaked into the Soaring Heaven Mansion. Is this Luyuan Dan really so miraculous? Vice Alliance Chief, you can ask someone who hasn't condensed Jin Dan essence to try it. Yi Xian said with an indifferent tone. Alright, wait here, I'll go get someone. After saying that, Jiang Lu quickly left. If this Luyuan Dan was really so miraculous, then the overall strength of the Divine Prefecture Alliance would rise by a few levels. Perhaps, the value of this Luyuan Dan was even higher than an earth weapon. Soon, Jiang Lu brought a man back. What surprised Yi Xian was that he knew this man. Adjudicator Song. Ha! Yi Xian, why are you here? Adjudicator Song saw Yi Xian as soon as he entered the door and immediately showed a strange expression. Yi Xian, wasn't he a disciple of Hell Mansion? You know each other. Jiang Lu was surprised, but when he saw that there was nothing strange in the eyes of Adjudicator Song and Yi Xian, his heart relaxed. He was afraid that Yi Xian and Adjudicator Song had a grudge. Big brother, this junior brother's sister lives with Yi Xian. Jiang Yu replied. Oh, that's good. Adjudicator, your Xian Qi has been cultivated to the extreme, but you haven't condensed Jin Dan essence yet, right? Jiang Lu turned his head and asked. Yes, senior brother. Adjudicator Song nodded. Then take this Luyuan Dan and see. Jiang Lu handed a Luyuan Dan to Adjudicator Song. Adjudicator Song was startled, but he didn't ask and directly swallowed it, then closed his eyes. Jiang Lu also helped Adjudicator Song refine the Luyuan Dan. 5 minutes later. Adjudicator Song suddenly opened his eyes and exclaimed, Jin Dan Essence, I condensed Jin Dan Essence. As he spoke, a surge of energy gushed out from his body. This energy was Xian Qi, but it was mixed with another weak energy. This second energy was Jin Dan Essence, but the amount was very small, and ordinary people couldn't feel it. The Luyuan Dan is really magical. Junior brother, you have broken through to the half-step Jin Dan realm. Jiang Lu looked at Adjudicator Song excitedly. He didn't expect the Luyuan Dan to be real, and it could allow a peak true profound realm expert to condense Jin Dan essence. Jiang Yu was also shocked. He seemed to have seen the scene of the Soaring Heaven Mansion becoming the leader of the 4 sections. Yi Xian, how many Luyuan Dan can you refine? Jiang Lu turned his head and asked. With the refining materials, I can refine an unlimited amount. Yi Xian lightly replied. Good, then tell me the materials, I will ask someone to get it. After Jiang Lu finished speaking, Yi Xian took out a list of materials that he'd written beforehand. Then, Jiang Lu left like lightning. Adjudicator Song was so shocked that he couldn't speak. The Luyuan Dan was actually refined by Yi Xian. However, he still had a lot of medicinal power in his body, and he couldn't waste it, so he just sat there quietly to refine it. This time, Jiang Lu left for a long time, and it took him a full hour to return. However, he also brought back 3 elders of the Soaring Heaven Mansion. After Jiang Lu introduced them one by one, Yi Xian also got to know the 3 of them. What shocked Yi Xian was that one of them turned out to be the Supreme Elder of the Soaring Heaven Mansion. The Soaring Heaven Mansion didn't have a vice sect master. The Supreme Elder was actually the previous sect master of the Soaring Heaven Mansion, but he was old and had to resign. Therefore, the Supreme Elder's status was higher than the sect master of the Soaring Heaven Mansion. As for the other two people, they were the chief blacksmith and chief alchemist of the Soaring Heaven Mansion. The three high-ranking figures of the Soaring Sky Mansion stood in front of Yi Xian like three mountains pressing down on his head. These were three super experts of the Earth Core stage. End of chapter. Chapter 209. Yi Xian, I've heard about it. I never expected you to be Yi Chong's son. Did you know that Yi Chong was once my disciple? An old man narrowed his eyes. He was the Grand Elder of the Soaring Heaven Mansion, Zhou Yan. After hearing this, Yi Xian was shocked. He never expected the Grand Elder to be Yi Chong's master. It seems that they were family. Yi Chong, that brat, left after half a year. I never expected him to have already stepped into the fourth stage of the spirit realm. This is truly unexpected. The old man sighed and shook his head. Forget it. The three of us didn't come here for Yi Chong. Brat, was the 6 yuan pill really refined by you? Before Yi Xian could speak, Judge Song opened his eyes and said, Master, the 6 yuan pill is truly a divine pill. I've already condensed my core essence. I know. Sit down first. Zhou Yan nodded. What rank is the 6 yuan pill? Even I have never heard of it. Brat, can you show me the pill recipe? The head alchemist, Elder Lian, said excitedly. Although the three people in front of him were the higher-ups of the Soaring Heaven Mansion, he had spent a lot of points to obtain the 6 yuan pill's recipe. How could he just look at it? I'm sorry, Elder Lian. Yi Xian shook his head. Don't worry, I can buy it from you. Is 10,000 high-grade crystal stones enough? Elder Lian directly offered a price. 10,000 high-grade crystal stones. Hearing this price, Yi Xian couldn't help but gasp. 10,000 high-grade crystal stones was equivalent to 1 million middle-grade crystal stones. One must know that the Raging Flame sword that he had painstakingly forged for 3 days was only worth 150,000 middle-grade crystal stones. What the hell? Alchemists were rich. An Earth Core realm alchemist was a tycoon. He could directly offer 1 million middle-grade crystal stones. Okay. Yi Xian immediately agreed. He immediately took out a pen and paper and began to write. 2 minutes later, Yi Xian wrote down the recipe for the Luyuan pill. The details were very detailed, and there were dozens of preparation steps. Good, straightforward. Take it, kid. Elder Lian took out a bag of crystal stones from his cosmos ring. Yi Xian took it and opened it. F***CK. A crystal with 5 corners. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. The substandard crystal was round, the low crystal was rhombus, the middle crystal was triangular, the high crystal was square, and the crystal with 5 corners was the best crystal. 100 top-grade crystals were equivalent to 10,000 high-grade crystals and 1 million mid-grade crystals. The number was correct. What a windfall. What a windfall. 800 million devour points is worth 800 high-grade crystal stones. That's a dozen times higher. Yi Xian's heart was already bursting with joy. However, after breaking through to the half-step origin core realm, he couldn't see the end of his leveling up. 10,000 high-grade crystal stones might not be enough. Elder Lian, the head alchemist of the Soaring Sky Mansion, took a look at the recipe. His face sank as he said in shock, Kid, is this recipe real? It's real. Yi Xian nodded. I can barely refine this recipe. You're only at the half-step origin core realm. How can you refine it? Elder Lian asked in surprise. This, Yi Xian quickly thought about it and explained, I received an inheritance from a senior and obtained a special alchemy and refining method. Therefore, this recipe isn't difficult for me. Now, his lying skills had improved tremendously. All he had to do was to randomly fabricate a person who didn't exist. I have a set of materials here. Can you refine one on the spot? Elder Lien was obviously interested in this special alchemy method. I'm sorry. I swore an oath not to refine pills in front of others. Yi Xian shook his head. All right. Elder Lien didn't force him. Since he swore an oath, going back on his words might cause a heart demon in the future, which would affect his cultivation. At this time, the head alchemist of the Soaring Sky Mansion, Elder Hu, said, Jiang Lu said that you can refine 100 high-grade spirit artifacts in 3 days. Is this true? Yes. Yi Xian nodded. Even I can't refine 100 high-grade spirit artifacts in 3 days. It seems that your refining method is very special. Now that you want to refine materials for an earth-grade artifact, do you want to try? Elder Hu asked again. Yi Xian nodded again. All right. I have a set of materials for an earth-grade artifact. Go and see if you can refine one, Elder Hu said. He could also refine an earth-grade artifact, but it required a lot of time. He wanted to see if Yi Xian could refine an earth-grade artifact and how long it would take. Elder Hu, there's no hurry. After Supreme Elder Zhou Yan finished speaking, he looked at Yi Xian and said, Yi Xian, if it's possible, I hope that you can refine a Luyuan Dan for the Soaring Sky Mansion. I will prepare the materials for you. I will buy all the refined Luyuan Dan for 10,000 mid-grade crystal stones. What do you think? 10,000 mid-grade crystal stones. Yi Xian calculated in his heart. The materials for a Luyuan Dan were around 5,000 mid-grade crystal stones and 50 million devour points for refining it. Now that he had free materials, he only needed to spend 50 million devour points to refine a Luyuan Dan. Simply put, every time he refined a Luyuan Dan, he would earn 10,000 mid-grade crystal stones and 50 million devour points. Of course, he would accept this deal. All right. 10,000 mid-grade crystal stones for one Luyuan Dan. Yi Xian nodded immediately. Also, I will prepare the materials for an earth-grade artifact for you. If it's a success, the materials will be free. Moreover, each earth-grade artifact will cost 200,000 mid-grade crystal stones, Zhou Yan continued. No problem. Yi Xian continued to agree. If the refinement failed, he would have to pay for the materials. But, would he fail? An earth-grade artifact was equivalent to 20 Luyuan Dan. But, Yi Xian didn't have enough funds right now, and the blueprint for an earth-grade artifact was too expensive. He needed to refine a single Luyuan Dan first. After that, the 3 Soaring Heaven Mansion's top echelons left to prepare the materials. Looking at their backs as they left, Yi Xian couldn't help but laugh out loud in his heart. A single Luyuan Dan was bought by the Soaring Heaven Mansion for 10,000 mid-grade crystal stones. Since the Soaring Heaven Mansion had many strongholds in the central province, he would be able to sell these Luyuan Dan to them and make a huge profit. But, he was already satisfied with the price of 10,000 mid-grade crystal stones. Perhaps, he would be able to break through to the divine core realm in just a short period of time. At that point of time, he would definitely be able to fight his way into the heavenly abode. Although he was just a time traveler, he still wanted to meet this unlucky guy's father, who was so strong. After that, Yi Xian followed Jiang Yu back to the Manor of Hell. As for the Luyuan Dan, Yi Xian gave it to Adjudicator Song. The latter was grinning from ear to ear, and nearly called Yi Xian brother-in-law. As for the remaining Luyuan Dan, Yi Xian decided to keep it for himself. He would give it to Song Sui Jing when she broke through to the peak of the true profound realm. End of this chapter. Chapter 210. After returning to the Manor of Hell, Yi Xian went straight home and closed the door behind him. The 100 top-rank crystals were all devoured by him, and Yi Xian, who only had a few tens of thousands of Devour points, suddenly obtained a huge amount of Devour points, a total of 10 billion. 10 billion Devour points. Ha ha ha, what a great deal. Yi Xian let out 3 wild laughs. He had worked so hard for so long, but the total amount of Devour points he obtained was less than 5 billion. But now, he had obtained 10 billion in one go. This was great. Now, he had enough to buy the earthly weapon atlas. But, as the materials weren't here yet, he put it aside for now. But, his expression quickly turned gloomy, because the 100 top-rank crystals had only increased his core energy by a little bit. He was still far from the divine core realm. This is a money-sucking system. But, every time I level up, I get a lot of new things. Let me see. Yi Xian immersed his mind into the Devour point system. He could be considered as a tycoon now, and he started buying a lot of things. But right at this moment, a series of footsteps could be heard coming from outside the door. Yi Xian, what are you doing in there? Why are you laughing so hard? Song Suijing's voice could be heard. Yi Xian walked over and opened the door. It was indeed Song Suijing standing outside the door, but she was looking at him with a strange expression. Nothing, I just found something good. Yi Xian casually replied. After that, he took out a small jade pendant and gave it to Song Suijing. Then he said, "This is for you." Where did you get this? It's so ugly, it doesn't look like anything. How can a girl wear something like this? Also, why are you giving me something like this? Song Suijing asked curiously. This is a heart-calming jade pendant. It can defend against inner demons, and it can also increase your cultivation speed. You can just wear it on your hand when you're cultivating. Who told you to wear it on your neck? Yi Xian rolled his eyes. He didn't care what it looked like as long as it could be used. One should know that this small piece of jade had cost him 100 million Devour points. Increase my cultivation speed. Song Suijing's eyes lit up after hearing what Yi Xian said. She could feel a huge amount of pressure from Yi Xian, and if she didn't work harder, she might be left behind by Yi Xian. She immediately grabbed the jade pendant, but after thinking for a moment, she asked, Yi, why are you giving me this thing? Gift. Is there a need for a reason? Yi Xian asked in return. After Song Suijing heard this, he was secretly delighted and pouted playfully, "You've become smooth-tongued recently. This is all thanks to Her Highness the Princess." Yi Xian smiled. "Oh right, open the door. I'll set up a new spirit convergence array for you." "Why do you need to rearrange it?" Song Suijing was puzzled. The spirit gathering array in her room already had a base. She only needed to place 2 mid-grade crystals on top of it, and it could operate for a day. "I've made a breakthrough in the spirit gathering array, so I'll give you a better one. Do you want it? If not, I'm leaving." Yi Xian said. "Yes, yes." Song Suijing quickly opened the door. Yi Xian walked in and came out in less than 10 minutes. "Okay, the effect is twice as good as before, but only in your room. Don't tell anyone else." Yi Xian reminded her. He didn't want to upgrade other people's spirit gathering arrays. Now, he didn't care about this small amount of money. "Where are you going now?" Song Suijing saw that Yi Xian was about to leave, so she quickly asked. "I'm going to the profound department. You should hurry up and cultivate. When you break through, I'll give you a surprise." Yi Xian said and turned to leave. This time, he was going to the profound department. A surprise. Song Suijing looked at Yi Xian's back with anticipation. After leaving, Yi Xian went to the profound department and upgraded Zhao Pan's spirit gathering array. He also gave them some things, such as the tranquil jade pendant and a high-grade spiritual weapon. Zhao Pan and Song Suijing cultivated very hard. With Yi Xian's help, they were already at the peak of the true energy realm. Yi Xian estimated that they would be able to break through to the true darkness realm in a short period of time. At that time, he would let them challenge the profound board and become official disciples. When Yi Xian returned, he found that there was already someone waiting in his courtyard. It was the Supreme Elder of the Soaring Sky Mansion, Zhou Yan. At the same time, Song Suijing stood respectfully at the side. Yi Xian, I've already prepared the materials for you. 10 sets of forging materials for earth weapons and 100 sets of refining materials for Luyuan pills. Zhou Yan directly threw an interspatial ring to Yi Xian. Yi Xian was shocked. It had only been a while, but the materials were already prepared. Zhou Yan's efficiency was really high. Supreme Elder, I'll start today. Yi Xian nodded. Wait, the spirit gathering array in the little girl's room was set up by you? Zhou Yan suddenly called out to Yi Xian. Yes. Yi Xian nodded again. Zhou Yan sighed and said, it's not good for you to master refining, alchemy, and array at the same time. I think it's best for you to give up on arrays and focus on refining and alchemy. This junior will remember. Yi Xian replied respectfully. He would do whatever Zhou Yan said. After all, he didn't need to cultivate, so it didn't matter. Alright, this time I came here for another matter. This little girl is Judge's younger sister. Her aptitude is not bad, so I want to accept her as my disciple. Your aptitude is better, but because of your father, I think it's better to forget about it. Zhou Yan sighed helplessly. He had a total of 3 disciples. One was Jiang Lu, the second was Judge Song, and now he had added Song Suijing. However, he felt that Yi Xian was comparable to the 3 of them. Yi Chong was also his disciple, but Yi Chong had disappeared for more than 10 years. He was no longer his disciple. Hearing this, Yi Xian was startled and said, so you're saying that you're going to the heavenly abode? No, I've already told Master that I'll go after some time. Song Suijing shook her head. After hearing this, Yi Xian instantly understood that Song Suijing was waiting for him to go with her. Alright, then I'll take my leave first. If there's anything, you can look for Jiang Yu or the elders guarding the heavenly abode. After Zhou Yan finished speaking, he directly left. After he left, Song Suijing said, are you going to refine pills again? What else? Yi Xian asked in return. Then you go. When you come out, I might have broken through. Just now, Master helped me to cleanse my meridians and marrow. I think I will break through soon. Song Suijing was a little excited because Yi Xian said that as long as she broke through to the peak of true profound realm, Yi Xian would give her a surprise. She didn't know what the surprise was. After that, Yi Xian also directly left. He went to the alchemy hall and directly refined 100 Luyuan Dan, spending 5 billion devouring points. End of chapter. Chapter 211. However, in order to keep it a secret, Yi Xian stayed in the alchemy hall for a total of 10 days. After that, he went to the weapon hall and borrowed the forging room. The nebula sword was an inferior earthly weapon. The blueprint required 1 billion devouring points and the forging fee for each sword was 200 million. Yi Xian forged 10 nebula swords and spent a total of 3 billion devouring points. Now, he only had slightly more than 1 billion devouring points left. However, the mission was finally completed. Half a month later, he personally made a trip to the heavenly abode. To be precise, he went to the Soaring Heaven Peak, where the higher-ups of the Soaring Heaven Mansion lived. He directly found the Supreme Elder's address. There were 2 disciples guarding the Supreme Elder's courtyard. However, Yi Xian took out the token that the Supreme Elder had given him and walked in directly. The Supreme Elder had a hobby of raising flowers and plants to cultivate his character. Therefore, the entire courtyard was filled with treasures. The moment Yi Xian entered, he saw many good things. However, he knew where this was, so he resisted the temptation. However, he did not walk for long before he saw a middle-aged man in white robes come out from inside. This middle-aged man in white robes had an ordinary appearance, but his temperament was extraordinary. When Yi Xian saw him, he felt a huge pressure. He's so strong. He's even stronger than the Supreme Elder. Who is this person? Yi Xian guessed in his heart. The Supreme Elder of the Soaring Heaven Mansion was already 80 years old. However, this middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s had such strength. This meant that he could only be one person. When the middle-aged man in white robes saw Yi Xian, he was slightly stunned and asked in a cold tone, "You're Yi Xian?" By now, Yi Xian had already guessed who this person was. If he guessed correctly, this middle-aged man in white robes should be the sect leader of the Soaring Heaven Mansion, Lin Shi. Yi Xian greets the sect leader. Yi Xian quickly cupped his fists and said, "Humph, you're smarter than your father." The middle-aged man in white robes snorted. He did not have a good impression of Yi Xian at all. After all, Yi Xian's father, Yi Chong, had abandoned Lin Wenyue, causing her to go into seclusion for more than 10 years. As her father, he had only seen her a few times. "Sect leader, I have something to discuss with the Supreme Elder." Yi Xian was too lazy to say anything more to Lin Shi and went straight to the point. "I'll let you pass." Lin Shi narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "Don't be so stupid. As expected, you're going to kill me. Go find the person who offended you. Why are you looking for me?" Yi Xian felt helpless in his heart. A single slap from an Earth Core stage expert would definitely send him to Spain. Immediately, Yi Xian cupped his fists and said, "Then come back next time." Yi Xian's of the heavens, of course. Lin Shi didn't expect Yi Xian to back down at the last minute. He didn't even want to bargain. He really wanted to help his daughter vent her anger, but he didn't forget his own identity. The sect leader of the Soaring Heaven Mansion. If he attacked a disciple, it would ruin his reputation. Lin Shi, don't make things difficult for him. The Supreme Elder suddenly walked out from behind. When Yi Xian heard the voice, he immediately stopped walking. He turned around and cupped his fists. "Greetings, Supreme Elder." "Lin Shi, why are you making things difficult for his son? Aren't you afraid that he will come back and find trouble with you?" The Supreme Elder said with a smile. "How dare he?" Lin Shi shouted. TSK, he has already surpassed the divine core realm and broken through to the fourth realm of the spirit realm. He can easily send you flying with just a finger. The Supreme Elder joked. After that, he turned to Yi Xian and said, "Yi Xian, it has only been half a month. Could it be that you've already completed your mission?" "Yes, Supreme Elder, please take a look." Yi Xian took out a big chest from his storage ring. This was the result of being bored for half a month. Zhou Yan walked over and opened the chest. Sure enough, there were 10 exquisitely crafted swords lying inside the chest. He picked up a sword and examined it, then he cried out in surprise, "It really is an earth weapon." Lin Shi didn't believe it either. He picked up a sword and examined it. His expression immediately changed. Earth weapon, it really was an earth weapon. Not only that, there were also 10 small jade bottles inside the chest, and each of them contained 100 Luyuan pills. This. Zhou Yan was so shocked that he couldn't say anything. He knew that Yi Xian had a special crafting method, but he also estimated that Yi Xian would need at least 2 to 3 months, or even half a year to complete the crafting process. But Yi Xian only spent half a month to complete the mission. "Supreme Elder, this is the end. The things are already here, are you?" Yi Xian shook his eyebrows at the Grand Elder, indicating that it was time to pay. Although the Supreme Elder was astonished, he still believed in the facts in front of him. Thus, he directly took out a bag of crystals from his storage ring and threw it to Yi Xian. One earth weapon costs 200,000 mid-grade crystals, 10 of them would total 2 million. One Luyuan pill costs 10,000 mid-grade crystals, so 100 pills would be 1 million. TSK, TSK, TSK. I've earned 3 million mid-grade crystals in one go. Awesome! Yi Xian took the cloth bag and opened it. There were indeed top-grade crystals inside. Although he didn't count them carefully, the Supreme Elder definitely wouldn't cheat him. Thank you, Supreme Elder. Yi Xian hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Brat, you're simply a monster. Even the Supreme Elder can only refine 2 Luyuan pills a day, and you. The Supreme Elder was so shocked that he was speechless. The chief alchemist of Soaring Heaven Mansion could only refine 2 Luyuan pills a day, and at most 30 pills in half a month. On the other hand, Yi Xian's number was 3 times that of his. The difference was a bit too great. Thank you, Supreme Elder, for your compliment. Yi Xian said with a smile. If he told the Supreme Elder that he could refine all the pills in less than 5 minutes, the Supreme Elder would definitely be so shocked that his brain would bleed. Brat, your contribution to Soaring Heaven Mansion is much greater than your father's. But, I've used up some of the Luyuan pills materials, and the same goes for the earth weapons materials. I'll call you when the materials arrive. The Supreme Elder said. Then, he suddenly thought of something and continued, you've only been in Soaring Heaven Mansion for 3 months, and you've broken through from the early true profound realm to the half-step origin core realm. It's not good to improve your cultivation too quickly. Recently, the Hall of Experience has issued a good mission, you can accept it and prepare for the divine core realm. Mission? What kind of mission is it? Yi Xian asked curiously. It's a mission from 100 years ago. An evil power has risen from the ashes, and I think it's called the Beast God sect. This Beast God sect can control spirit beasts, and even profound beasts. You can go and have a look. Also, take one of these nebula swords. After saying that, the Supreme Elder tossed the nebula sword to Yi Xian. Hearing the name Beast God sect, Yi Xian's body trembled. He never thought that the Beast God sect could even control profound beasts. But this was a good thing. He could finally hunt profound beasts and obtain their nebula cores. He could also return to Profound Sun Empire and have a look around. After that, Yi Xian left. Originally, Yi Xian wanted to ask the Supreme Elder for permission to get some Earth rank martial skills. But, since he had obtained 3 million mid-rank crystal stones, he didn't need to use the Devouring system's points. After all, the Earth rank martial skills in the Devouring system were all top quality. End of chapter. Chapter 212. After Yi Xian left, Lin Shi couldn't help but ask, Supreme Elder, isn't it a bit inappropriate to ask him to eliminate the Beast God sect? Don't worry, this guy is no weaker than Yi Chong. It's just a profound beast, it won't be a threat to him. The Supreme Elder didn't mind at all. He was very confident in Yi Xian. After leaving the Supreme Elder's place, Yi Xian found a random place and started devouring some high-ranked crystals. But what surprised him was that after he swallowed more than 200 top-grade crystals, the Jin Dan essence in his body did not increase. Ding! The host's core energy has reached the upper limit. The host can break through by devouring a profound beast's core. What? I need a profound beast's core like any other ordinary warriors? Yi Xian said in shock. He thought he could break through to the divine core realm without any hindrance. Since I can't increase my core energy anymore, I'll just keep these crystals for later use. Yi Xian thought for a moment, then he returned to the profound department. Along the way, he exchanged for a few Earth rank martial skills, and even a mid-rank Earth rank martial skill to save his life. Right now, he really wanted to find a divine core warrior and fight him. As for the matter of breaking into the top 5 of the heavenly ranking, he wasn't in a hurry. Perhaps he would be a divine core warrior by the time he returned. But, when he returned to the profound department, he noticed that the natural yuan energy in the courtyard was quickly depleting. Someone had broken through. The calm jade pendant and the soul gathering formation are really effective. He broke through in such a short period of time. Looks like I'll have company on my way to the beast god sect. Yi Xian sat in the courtyard and thought to himself. He assumed that Song Suijing would definitely go and eliminate the beast god sect as well. After all, the beast god sect had infiltrated all 4 dynasties, and there were some in the Great Song dynasty as well. Soon, Song Suijing successfully broke through. After that, she opened the door and walked out. Congratulations, Yi Xian said with a smile on his face. It's all thanks to your soul-gathering formation and the calm jade pendant. Without them, I wouldn't have been able to break through so quickly. Song Suijing jogged over to Yi Xian and sat down. She suddenly stretched out her hand and giggled, "Where's the surprise you promised? You remember it well, take it." Yi Xian said as he took out a 6 yuan pill from his devouring space. What's this? Song Suijing's look. Yi Xian smiled and said, "You'll know after you consume it. I'll help you refine it." Song Suijing didn't doubt it and directly swallowed it. Yi Xian also extended a hand and placed it on her shoulder, gently passing through some Dan essence T. This is a 6 yuan pill, it can directly form core energies. With this, you won't have to work so hard to form core energies. Yi Xian said with a smile. Even if a peak true profound realm warrior had an earth rank cultivation skill, it would still be very difficult to form the first thread of core energies. There were even some who were stuck at the true profound realm for years, unable to break through to the divine core realm. But, with this 6 yuan pill, a warrior could directly form core energies, and it would save him a lot of time and effort. This 6 yuan pill, is it the grand? No, is it the one master asked you to concoct? Song Suijing suddenly asked. Yi Xian nodded his head. It's very expensive, isn't it? Song Suijing asked timidly. She didn't have much money left, and she couldn't afford a divine pill like this. Not much, just 10,000 mid-rank crystals. Yi Xian said casually. 10,000 mid-rank crystals? Song Suijing widened her eyes and cried out in surprise, "My autumn water sword only costs 1,500 mid-rank crystals. Don't talk, focus on refining it." A few minutes later, Yi Xian helped Song Suijing refine the 6 yuan pill. Right at this moment, Song Suijing had already formed core energies in her body, and her cultivation speed would be much faster than ordinary people. Yeah, I never thought I'd be able to jump 2 levels in just one day, thank you so much. Song Suijing was so excited that she hugged Yi Xian's face and kissed him, nearly scaring him to death. Don't kiss me like that, or else people will think you're my girlfriend. Yi Xian was secretly laughing in his mind. What's wrong? You're the one who got the short end of the stick. Song Suijing said in a dissatisfied manner. TSK, don't look at me like that, there will be beautiful girls throwing themselves at me wherever I go. Yi Xian coldly snorted and said, "Tomorrow, I'll be leaving the Soaring Heaven Mansion to do an experiential mission, are you coming?" Experiential mission. Sure, where are you going? Song Suijing had stayed in the Soaring Heaven Mansion for a few months, and wanted to go out for a walk. The Beast God sect has revived, and the entire eastern region is in chaos. This time, I'm going down the mountain to exterminate the Beast God sect. I heard that your Great Song dynasty also has Xian beasts, and your grandfather has already returned. Yi Xian said. After hearing this, Song Suijing cried out in surprise, "What? Xian beasts?" That's right, Xian beasts have appeared in all 4 dynasties, and so does your Great Song dynasty. Moreover, you and I have both reached the half-step origin core realm, and we're still lacking a Xian beast's inner core to break through. This time, we might be able to use this opportunity to break through. Yi Xian nodded. There's no time to lose, we'll leave immediately. Song Suijing immediately stood up. Yi Xian said in shock, why are you in such a hurry? If we're a day late, many of my great Song Dynasty's citizens will die. Let's go, we'll accept the experiential mission. Song Suijing directly grabbed Yi Xian's hand and ran towards the experiential hall. The scene of the two holding hands was also seen by the disciples who were strolling around. Song Suijing did not notice anything wrong, but Yi Xian did. TSK, the feeling of being held by a girl is not bad. This girl is not bad looking. Although she's 1 year older than my physical age, it's not a bad choice to accept her. The prince consort of the great Song dynasty, TSK, Yi Xian was fantasizing in his heart. Speaking of which, after transmigrating to this world, he had not done anything, and only knew how to level up. Now, it was time to find a girl to settle down with, and do something that adults love to do. One had to know that in this world, the age of 16 was considered an adult. At that time, one could get married. Most importantly, he quite liked Song Suijing. Moreover, Song Suijing's aptitude was not bad. Yi Xian now had the ability to turn her into a super expert. As long as the gap between their levels was not large, she would be a good partner. The two arrived at the experiential hall. Yi Xian strode forward and said, Junior brother, I want to accept the mission to annihilate the beast god sect. So it's senior brother Yi. May I ask which empire you want to accept? A disciple asked. The Great Song Dynasty. Yi Xian directly replied. The disciple hesitated for a moment. I'm sorry, senior brother Yi. There are already too many people in the Great Song Dynasty. Elder Song Qing has already brought many people over. Not only that, the Great Zhou Dynasty and the Great Yan Dynasty are the same, so only the Great Tang Dynasty is left. End of chapter. Chapter 213. What? There are too many people in the Great Song Dynasty. Song Suijing was slightly stunned. Then forget it. There are too many people in the Great Song Dynasty. Isn't that good? Yi Xian said. After his reminder, Song Suijing also reacted. It was good to have more people. The Soaring Heaven Mansion was full of elites. The remaining members of the Beast God sect and the Great Song Dynasty would probably be eliminated very soon. But, the Great Tang Dynasty. Song Suijing was a little worried as she turned to look at Yi Xian. It doesn't matter. I, Yi Xian, am not the same as before. If Tang Sun dares to appear, I will make sure he doesn't return. Yi Xian said confidently. Tang Sun, who had sneaked an attack on him and escaped, must have fled back to the Great Tang Dynasty. Not only that, the missing Tang Tian must have done the same. Although the Great Tang Dynasty's influence in the Soaring Heaven Mansion had collapsed, the Soaring Heaven Mansion could not destroy the entire Great Tang Dynasty because of Tang Sun. However, because of this, not many people from the Great Tang Dynasty went. Even those who were originally from the Great Tang Dynasty were the same. They had arranged for their families to leave the Great Tang Dynasty. Since no one went, Yi Xian would benefit. Since you are so confident, then let's go to the Great Tang Dynasty. Song Suijing nodded in agreement. All right. Senior brother Yi, junior sister Song, this is the information of the stronghold of the Beast God sect in the Great Tang Dynasty. Please be careful. The disciple handed a few sheepskin scrolls to Yi Xian. Yi Xian opened them and took a look. *CK, the entire Great Tang Dynasty was riddled with holes. There were remnants of the Beast God sect in every county. The Great Tang Dynasty was in danger. TSK TSK, Tang Sun, you dare to sneak an attack on me. See if I don't rob your treasury clean. Yi Xian immediately had a plan in his mind. What are you laughing at? So wretched. Song Suijing looked at him with disdain. Nothing. Let's go. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he brought Song Suijing to the manor of hell where the soaring sky great rocks were kept. Then, he picked up a true profound realm soaring sky great rocks. The soaring sky rock of the true profound realm could only be borrowed by disciples ranked in the top 20 of the address roll, and Yi Xian happened to be ranked 20. Although his speed was fast, if he brought along Song Suijing, it would probably take several months to reach the Tang dynasty. Yi Xian's soaring sky rock was at the true profound realm. If they flew normally, they would need half a month to reach the great Tang dynasty. If they flew continuously, it would only take 7 days. The soaring sky rock was a spiritual beast. Even if it flew continuously, it wouldn't be tired for a month, so 7 days was nothing to it. During these 7 days, Yi Xian and Song Suijing spent their time on the back of the soaring sky rock. At the same time, Yi Xian also took a look at the information. There might be 2 Xian beasts in the Great Tang Dynasty. One was in the south, and the other was in the north. As for the imperial capital of the Great Tang Dynasty, it was located in the north. Therefore, Yi Xian's first destination was the imperial capital. Song Suijing also knew about Yi Xian's plan, and she was also interested in the Great Tang Dynasty's imperial capital. Therefore, she immediately agreed. The relationship between the Great Tang Dynasty and the Great Song Dynasty wasn't good. If Tang Sun wasn't included, then the Great Song Dynasty only had 2 half-step origin core warriors, and both of them couldn't break through to the divine core realm. Yi Xian wasn't afraid of even divine core warriors, so there was no way he would be afraid of these 2 half-step origin core warriors. Even if Tang Sun was here, it would be useless. 7 days later, they finally entered the Great Tang Empire. Along the way, they saw many empires that were in deep trouble. It looked like the Beast God sect had planned this for a long time, and they were preparing to destroy the entire eastern region. However, the Soaring Heaven Mansion was the overlord of the eastern region, and they were responsible for maintaining the peace of the eastern region. Of course, they wouldn't just watch the Beast God sect wreak havoc. Right at this moment, the Soaring Heaven Mansion was empty. Many disciples, guardians, and even elders had been dispatched. Another day later, Yi Xian and Song Suijing arrived at the airspace above the Great Tang Dynasty's imperial capital. According to the information, there is a Xian beast in the eastern region of the Great Tang Dynasty's imperial capital. But this information is from a long time ago. Let's go and meet our old friend first. Yi Xian smiled while riding on the soaring heaven rock. Old friend. Song Suijing was startled for a moment, then she immediately reacted. A greedy expression flickered in her big eyes. Are we going to rob the Great Tang Dynasty's imperial capital right now? How can you say rob? We're going to get some interest. But, we'll talk about this after we kill the Xian beast. Yi Xian corrected her. Why are we going to kill the Xian beast first? We don't know where the Xian beast is right now. Song Suijing blinked her big eyes and asked in confusion. That's easy. Let's ask the imperial family. They'll definitely have some information. Yi Xian said. Then, he said to the soaring heaven rock, go down. The soaring heaven rock seemed to understand and immediately swooped down. Oh no, there's an unknown Xian beast near the imperial capital. Quickly report to the emperor. No, I can't hit it with a bow and arrow. What's there to shoot? Gather our troops and attack. Wait, that looks like the soaring heaven rock of the soaring heaven mansion. It was a mess below, but someone still recognized the soaring heaven rock. What? The soaring heaven rock. It's the Soaring Heaven Mansion's envoy. Disperse, disperse and welcome the Soaring Heaven Mansion's envoy. The guards in front of the imperial capital dispersed and made way for the Soaring Heaven Rock to land. Stay in the sky for a while. He'll come down to pick us up later. Yi Xian patted the Soaring Heaven Rock's head, then pulled Song Suijing and jumped down. Following that, the Soaring Heaven Rock rose up and hovered in the sky. After Yi Xian and Song Suijing landed, a golden-armored general walked out and cupped his fists. Greetings, Lord Envoy. Now that Yi Xian and Song Suijing were wearing the official disciple robes of the Soaring Heaven Mansion, it was easy to recognize them. I want to see your emperor, Yi Xian said. Yes, I will report to you now, the golden-armored general said and led Yi Xian and Song Suijing into the imperial capital. They left in a hurry. After all, the entire Great Tang dynasty was in an abyss of suffering. Now that the Soaring Heaven Mansion's disciples were here to visit, it was obvious that they were here to help. General, did anyone else come? Along the way, Yi Xian asked. No, the two of you are the first to come. The golden-armored general shook his head. Yi Xian and Song Suijing were slightly stunned. It seemed that the Great Tang dynasty's people were not very popular. Everyone came to help. Then, did your crown prince and retired emperor return? Yi Xian continued to ask. Crown prince. Retired emperor. The golden-armored general paused for a moment, then shook his head and said, I didn't see them either. Maybe the crown prince and retired emperor rode on a bird-type spirit beast, so they didn't come in through the imperial capital's entrance. Yi Xian's heart sank. After Tang Sun launched a sneak attack on him, he fled in fear of punishment. Not only that, Tang Tian also disappeared without a trace. No one knew where he went. Could it be that he abandoned the Great Tang dynasty? They shouldn't have abandoned their home. They must have secretly returned. That Tang Sun is probably hesitating. If he kills the mystical beasts, his whereabouts will be exposed, Yi Xian thought to himself. End of chapter. Chapter 2:14. After a while, Yi Xian arrived at the Great Tang dynasty's emperor's bedchamber. At this moment, there were already many officials waiting anxiously in front of the bedchamber. Why is the vice commander here? Who are the two people behind him? Their clothes look familiar. They are the official disciples of the Soaring Sky Mansion. We're saved. The Soaring Sky Mansion is here to help. What's wrong with the emperor? The empire is already in such a state. Why isn't he taking any measures? Under the watchful eyes of the officials, Yi Xian arrived in front of the emperor's bedchamber. The officials immediately fell silent. They no longer dared to talk about Yi Xian and Song Ruiping. However, Yi Xian had heard their previous discussion. Yi Xian immediately turned around and asked, Why are all of you gathered here? The officials were shocked. They did not know that Yi Xian was asking about them. You, come out and answer me. Yi Xian pointed at a pot-bellied official. The fat official slowly walked out and said, My lord, we're here to ask the emperor to send troops to destroy the beast god sect. Send troops. Yi Xian's expression changed when he heard this. He said in surprise, Don't tell me that your emperor is afraid of death and gathered all his troops in the imperial capital. When he was riding the Soaring Sky Rock earlier, he noticed that there were many military camps around the imperial capital. Ever since the beast god sect rose, the emperor has not taken any action. Now that the entire empire is in danger, if he continues to do nothing, I'm afraid the entire empire will, the fat official said with a solemn expression. Lord Grand Chancellor, are you questioning the emperor's decision? Someone immediately stood out in dissatisfaction. That's right. There must be a reason why the emperor is doing this. I believe the emperor will come out soon. A group of officials defended the emperor of the Great Tang dynasty. Isn't he just a coward? I can't believe so many people believe him, Song Suijing muttered softly. However, as soon as she finished speaking, another person stood out and said loudly, "Little girl, although you're the envoy of the soaring sky mansion, you can't say that about the emperor of the great Tang dynasty." This person was a general. After he stood out, others immediately followed. If he's not a coward, why? Why did he station all his troops around the imperial capital and not save the towns trampled by the beast tide? Song Suijing retorted. The emperor must have his own thoughts. Let's not make wild guesses. That's right, it must be the Great Tang Dynasty. We'll definitely be able to Great Tang Dynasty. The group of ministers still didn't believe that the emperor of a country was a coward. Yi Xian. After the rise of the beast god religion, even small empires would send troops to resist. But the Great Tang Dynasty was one of the 4 great empires, how could they not do anything? Yi Xianming's Tang Sun should have returned. Even if he didn't make a move, he wouldn't have sent a large number of troops to suppress them. There must be a conspiracy behind the royal family's indifference. Yi Xian thought to himself. Right at this moment, the golden-armored general who went in to report came out. Great envoys, I'm sorry, the emperor is not feeling well, and it's not convenient for him to meet you. Please stay in the palace for now, stay. Yi Xian sneered in his mind. It would be strange if the emperor didn't have any tricks up his sleeves. The entire Great Tang Dynasty was in deep trouble. They were here to help eliminate the beast god sect, but the emperor didn't come out, and instead asked them to stay in the palace. Fine, I'll kill that dark beast, then I'll come back and see what this emperor is planning. Yi Xian thought for a moment, then he turned around and said, "Everyone, I'm here to eliminate the beast god sect. Does anyone know where that dark beast went?" The eyes of all the officials lit up upon hearing his words. The general who talked back to Song Suijing just now said, "That dark beast is incredibly strong, even a divine core warrior would have a hard time dealing with it. It has destroyed a few cities, and a few days ago, it headed east of the imperial capital." "What does it look like?" Yi Xian continued asking. "It's a giant snake with 2 heads, one of them can spit fire, and the other one can spit poison. If anyone is hit by the poison, they'll be instantly corroded." The general answered. After hearing what he said, Song Suijing cried out in surprise as well, "It's a double-headed poison scale." Yi Xian didn't know much about dark beasts, but he didn't ask too much, he just wanted to take a look himself. He immediately cupped his fist and said, "All right, both of us will go and eliminate it for you. Farewell, great envoys." Yi Xian and Song Suijing left the imperial capital, then they rode on the soaring sky rock and headed towards the imperial capital. They flew towards the imperial capital from the east. Yi Xian, the emperor of the Great Tang Dynasty, doesn't seem to be a coward. On the soaring sky rock, Song Suijing couldn't help but ask. "Yes, the Great Tang Dynasty has some unspeakable secrets. Do you know what sound I heard at the entrance just now?" Yi Xian turned around and asked. "Was there a sound? Why didn't I hear it?" Song Suijing blinked her large eyes, looking very confused. "Yes, it was below. My physique is several times stronger than yours, I heard a beast roar." Yi Xian nodded. Not only that, his intermediate 100 beasts bloodline also sensed it. Below the imperial capital, there seemed to be a powerful creature, at least at the dark beast level. Beast roar. Song Suijing was stunned, and said in shock, "Could it be that the imperial family of the Great Tang Dynasty is related to the beast god sect?" Smart. Yi Xian smiled slightly. He liked smart girls, he didn't need to explain. "Oh right, I remember that the beast god sect was established in the Great Tang Dynasty 100 years ago. Later on, the Great Tang Dynasty couldn't handle it, so they asked the Soaring Heaven Mansion for help and eradicated the beast god sect." Song Suijing suddenly recalled. It looks like the imperial family of the Great Tang Dynasty has been infiltrated and controlled by the Beast God sect. No wonder they didn't do anything about it. Yi Xian said, but it's fine, I'm too lazy to care about their business. I'll go kill that dark beast first, then I'll break through to the divine core realm. After that, I'll go take a look at the Great Tang Dynasty's treasure vault. To be honest, Yi Xian was very interested in the Great Tang Dynasty's treasure vault. It was a huge dynasty, and its land was thousands of times larger than the profound Sun Empire. There must be a lot of good things in there. If it was the original Great Tang Dynasty, Yi Xian wouldn't care much about it. But, since it was related to the Beast God sect, he had no choice but to be cautious. It's better to be safe than sorry. After leaving the imperial capital, Yi Xian started heading east. Along the way, he met many refugees who were trying to escape. Because of that, he learned about the demon beast horde and the whereabouts of the double-headed poison-scaled beast. The overall strength of the Great Tang Dynasty wasn't weak. The natural yuan energy was abundant, and that was why many powerful demon beasts and spirit beasts were born. Along the way, Yi Xian encountered many demon beast hordes. Some of them were spirit beasts that had just been resurrected, and their bones were still visible. When dealing with these demon beasts, Yi Xian just jumped down from the water and killed them with a rain of arrows. Yi Xian didn't care about ordinary demon beast corpses, that's why he just threw them on the ground. But Yi Xian did collect a lot of spirit beast corpses. He planned to devour them after he broke through, otherwise, it would be a waste. End of chapter. Chapter 2:15. A day later, he finally saw the two-headed serpent that could spit out fire and poison. At this time, the two-headed poison-scaled snake had just finished burning a small town and was heading in a certain direction. This two-headed poison-scaled snake doesn't look like it was resurrected using a secret technique, so it doesn't need to eat human corpses. However, there doesn't seem to be anyone from the Beast God sect on this two-headed poison-scaled snake. Song Suijing looked at the two-headed snake below. The people from the Beast God sect can communicate with spirit beasts and profound beasts, and some can even control them. However, profound beasts are no less intelligent than us humans, so it should be moving on its own. Yi Xian said slowly, then stood up, "You wait on the soaring sky rock, I'll go get rid of this two-headed poison-scaled snake." Song Suijing hurriedly pulled him, "I'll go too." "No, you little girl actually dared to snatch my inner core. Stay aside, I'll give you the next profound beast." Yi Xian angrily rubbed Song Suijing's head, then jumped down. "Ah, you!" Before Song Suijing could react, she immediately screamed. However, when she stuck her head out to take a look, she realized that Yi Xian had landed safely on the ground. She was so scared that her face turned pale. She didn't expect that Yi Xian would dare to use profound qi to increase his speed when he fell from a height of 50 meters. He was really courting death. "Big bird, fly higher," Yi Xian shouted from below. The soaring sky rock immediately understood, then spread its wings and flew up. As for Yi Xian, he quickly ran towards the two-headed poison-scaled snake. Although his archery skills were outstanding, this was a profound beast. If he only relied on the high-grade spirit weapon, the heaven-shocking bow, and the earth-level martial arts, he was afraid that his power would be somewhat lacking. Therefore, Yi Xian prepared for close combat. With a wave of his right hand, he directly took out the nebula sword that Grand Elder Zhou Yan had given him, then a large amount of Dan essence suddenly surged out. These elixir essences were attached to the nebula sword. Shortly after, it began to expand slowly, forming a gigantic sword shadow. The giant sword was purple in color, 3 meters wide and 10 meters long. Yi Xian leaped into the air with the purple greatsword in his hand and slashed at the head of the two-headed poison-scaled beast. Clang! The sword's shadow collided with the double-headed poison scale's hard scales, producing a crisp sound. At this time, the two-headed poison scale also noticed Yi Xian. What a joke! Snake-type spirit beasts and Xian beasts were mostly known for their defense. How could it be broken so easily? Hiss! The other fire head of the two-headed poison scale turned around. Then, he spat out a fireball at Yi Xian. F***CK, Grand Fireball Technique. Yi Xian cried out in his heart. His left hand slapped toward the sky. Boom! His elixir essence was unleashed. The powerful impact caused Yi Xian to fall down instantly, dodging the fireball. It's so hot. If I was hit by it directly, all my hair would be burned off. Yi Xian didn't dare to be careless. After all, this was a Xian beast that had just broken through to the mortal core realm. If he made the slightest mistake, he would have to pay with blood. By now, Yi Xian had understood the defensive strength of this two-headed poison-scaled beast. He knew that even if he had an Earth-rank weapon and an Earth-rank martial skill, it would still be very difficult for him to kill it. After all, this two-headed poison-scaled beast was over 20 meters tall. He would have to jump up in order to hit its head. Therefore, there was only one way. Damn it, I'm going to have to spend a lot of money. Yi Xian made up his mind. He used 3 billion Devour points to exchange for a new Earth-rank weapon. At the same time, he also bought an Earth-rank martial skill. Thunder Arrow. He suddenly pulled the string of the Earth-rank bow to its fullest. As he loosened his right hand, the core arrow turned into a lightning bolt and pierced through the two-headed poison-scaled beast scales, penetrating its body. Hiss! The two-headed poison-scaled beast let out a painful cry. After that, it opened both of its mouths and spat out a fireball and a ball of poisonous liquid towards Yi Xian. Facing this attack, Yi Xian calmly dodged it with an Earth-rank movement skill. After that, he pulled the string of the bow again. Swoosh! Another lightning bolt was shot into the two-headed poison-scaled beast's body. This thunder arrow had a penetrative ability that was 100 times stronger than Great Shot, and it also had a paralyzing effect. After being shot twice, the two-headed poison-scaled beast's speed had slowed down. Therefore, the threat it posed to Yi Xian was getting smaller and smaller. I hate snakes the most. Hurry up and die. Help me break through to the divine core realm. Yi Xian shouted in his mind as he continued shooting. Swoosh! 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 More and more lightning bolts were shot into the two-headed poison-scaled beast's body, slowly wearing away its spirit. In less than a minute, there were dozens of bloody holes on its body caused by the lightning bolts, and a faint burnt smell could be smelled from them. If it was any other ordinary divine core warrior, perhaps he wouldn't be able to do anything to this two-headed poison-scaled beast. This chapter is not finished, please turn to the next page. In a terrible state of distress. But Yi Xian was different, he could easily deal with it. The only problem was that he didn't have enough core energy left in his body. Last arrow. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. He immediately gathered all the remaining core energy in his body. This time, he paused for 2 full seconds. A lightning bolt flashed by, and the thunder arrow penetrated into a strange spot on the two-headed poison-scaled beast's body. 7 inches. The two-headed poison-scaled beast's heart was pierced through, and it was roasted. That was why it died in an instant. Plop! 2 huge heads fell onto the ground, causing the ground to tremble violently. After that, Yi Xian took a big stride forward and pressed his hand on the two-headed poison-scaled beast's body. Devour. Ding! Host has devoured a dark beast's corpse, the reward is 300 million points. Ding! Host has devoured a dark beast's inner core, the reward is 3 billion points. Ding! Host has met the requirement to break through to the divine core realm. When Yi Xian heard the notifications in his mind, he couldn't help but let out a few wild roars towards the sky. Finally, he had broken through to the divine core realm. Although he had just broken through to the mortal core realm, his overall strength was several times stronger than before, or even dozens of times stronger. Ding! Myriad Beast Bloodline Fusion successful. Ding! Thunderclap Panther Bloodline Fusion successful. Ding! Myriad Flower Bloodline Fusion successful. Ding! Sword Emperor Bloodline Fusion successful. Ding! Fist Emperor Bloodline Fusion successful. Ding! Overlord Arrow Bloodline Fusion successful. All of these useful bloodlines were leveled up by Yi Xian, and all of his devour points were used up. Ha 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 ha! Yi Xian's laughter sounded out like thunder. In the sky, Song Suijing was puzzled. She mumbled to herself, "Is this bastard crazy? Didn't he just kill a dark beast?" Many senior disciples on the heavenly ranking have killed dark beasts before. However, she was still envious of Yi Xian, because he had obtained a dark beast's inner core. As long as he successfully fused with it, he would break through to the divine core realm. Right at this moment, Yi Xian was still standing on the ground. After breaking through, there were still many notifications from the system. End of chapter. Chapter 216. What? All top-tier bloodlines are unique. The Sword Emperor, Arrow Venerable, and Fist Emperor bloodlines can't coexist, you can only choose one. Myriad Beasts bloodline, Thunderclap Leopard bloodline, and other body-type bloodlines can only be chosen one. And support-type bloodlines like the Myriad Flowers bloodline, damn it, I can only choose one to upgrade to the top tier. Isn't this a scam? Yi Xian felt like crying. This meant that he was going to be in a lot of trouble in the future. Now, he roughly understood that bloodlines were divided into combat bloodlines, body-type bloodlines, and support-type bloodlines. In other words, from now on, he could only upgrade 3 bloodlines to the top tier and start focusing on bloodline specialization. After that, he saw the option to expand bloodlines in the Devouring system. He could spend a huge amount of points to increase the number of top-tier bloodlines. He was immediately overjoyed. It looked like all he needed was money. However, when he saw the price of the expansion, his eyes almost went blind. Wasn't this a bit too much? Forget it, I've just broken through to the divine core realm, and if I want to merge with a top-tier bloodline, I think I'll need to break through to the 4th level of the spirit realm. Let's not think too much about it. Yi Xian remained calm. He had now broken through to the divine core realm, and he could be considered as having just broken through to the mortal core realm. There was also a tiny particle in his golden dantian. This was the mortal core. Not only that, all the profound energy in his body had been transformed into core energy, and its strength had increased. In the future, when he used his core energy through the mortal core, its strength would increase by several folds. The mortal core was the difference between the divine core realm and the half-step origin core realm. With my current strength, I think I can smash this double-headed poison scale's head with a single punch. Yi Xian clenched his right fist tightly, and a confident look emerged in his eyes. He estimated that his current strength was at least dozens of times stronger than before. He was confident that he could even send an initial mortal core warrior flying with a single punch. If that old great emperor from the Great Tang dynasty encountered him, he would definitely be killed in an instant. TSK, let's give Kai Jing a surprise first. Yi Xian smiled. He raised his head and immediately saw the soaring rock that was 100 meters high up in the sky. Swoosh! In an instant, he disappeared, not even an afterimage was left behind. Puff! 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 This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. Yi Xian tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and sprinted towards the soaring sky rock like a bolt of lightning. Then, he suddenly stomped on the ground and jumped up into the air. Song Suijing, who was on the soaring sky rock's back, could still see Yi Xian's figure, but in the blink of an eye, she could no longer find Yi Xian. Where is he? Song Suijing could not help but mutter. As soon as she finished speaking, a figure landed on the soaring sky rock's back. Before she could react, the figure quickly arrived behind her and placed his right hand on her shoulder. Song Suijing's delicate body trembled violently as her eyes widened. She suddenly took out the autumn water sword and stabbed behind her. Hiss! The sound of a sword piercing into flesh could be heard. When Song Suijing finally reacted, she discovered that the person standing in front of her was actually Yi Xian. Ah, why is it you? Song Suijing cried out in alarm as she hurriedly pulled the sword out of Yi Xian's body. Girl, your reaction is quite fast. You stabbed my kidney. If you damaged it, how are you going to compensate me? Yi Xian glared at Song Suijing. Sorry, I didn't do it on purpose. I didn't know it was you. Song Suijing said guiltily as she hurriedly took out healing medicine from her universe ring and prepared to apply it on Yi Xian's wound. However, at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly grabbed her wrist. My stab is quite deep. Aren't you going to stop the bleeding? Song Suijing anxiously looked at Yi Xian's bleeding wound. Take a closer look. Yi Xian tore open the hole in his clothes. Song Suijing was very puzzled, but in the next moment, her expression froze. She saw that the wound on Yi Xian's waist was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few breaths, it was completely healed. How was this possible? Song Suijing was so shocked that she couldn't speak. She hurriedly wiped away the blood. Sure enough, the wound had already healed, and there wasn't even a scar. It was as if nothing had happened. Don't worry. My body tempering technique is very special. My recovery speed is extremely fast. Otherwise, do you think I could reconnect my meridians in a day? Yi Xian said with a smile. After upgrading his intermediate 100-flower bloodline to 10,000-flower bloodline, his recovery speed had greatly increased. As long as he wasn't instantly killed in the future, his injuries would quickly heal. He was like a cockroach that couldn't be killed. How is this possible? Is it possible? Song Suijing still could not believe it. If you don't believe me, then try to stab me again. Yi Xian said. Hiss. Before his voice fell, Song Suijing actually stabbed him again. It was the same position, the same depth. Ouch, you damn girl. I told you to stab me, but you really did stab me. It hurts. Yi Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This girl had stabbed his kidney again. A man's kidney was an important organ comparable to the heart. What if it was damaged? Song Suijing stared in horror. Sure enough, after a few seconds, the second bloody hole also healed. How amazing! What kind of technique did you practice? It's actually so powerful. In the future, if you break your arms or legs, will they grow back? Song Suijing asked with a face full of curiosity. If it's broken arms or legs? I don't know. Yi Xian said with a dark face. However, if there was time, he could try. After all, Zhao Chongwen, who had his wrist bitten off by the blood wolf, had his hand reconnected. But now wasn't the time. Wait, your aura. Song Suijing finally reacted. After going through a huge battle, Yi Xian's aura hadn't weakened at all. Instead, it had become even stronger. Because of my body-strengthening technique, after I swallowed the dark beast's inner core, I broke through to the mortal core realm. What do you think? Amazing, right? Yi Xian looked at Song Suijing with a faint smile on his face. You freak, do you really have to provoke me like this? Song Suijing pouted. She had just broken through to the half-step origin core realm, and Yi Xian had broken through to the divine core realm. This was a huge blow to her confidence. Don't worry, you'll break through soon as well. Come, let's go to the south and kill the other dark beast. Yi Xian said with a smile on his face. Didn't you say we're going to the Great Tang Dynasty's treasure vault? Song Suijing was confused. Don't worry, the treasure vault won't run away. Let's kill the other dark beast first, in case someone else gets there first. Yi Xian casually replied. After that, he said something to the soaring cloud rock, then he started flying towards the south. With his current strength, there was no man or beast in the Great Tang Dynasty that could threaten him. He could even do whatever he wanted in the entire eastern region. However, it seemed like they weren't the only ones who came to the Great Tang Dynasty. Perhaps those half-step origin core disciples were here as well. If the dark beast was taken away, it would be troublesome. After all, there weren't many dark beasts in the eastern region. End of chapter. Chapter 217. The soaring sky rock flew for another 2 days, flying from the north to the south of the Great Tang Dynasty. Then, it found another troublesome Xian beast. It was a giant tortoise called the giant lava tortoise. There were hundreds of holes on its back, each 2 to 3 meters in diameter. Every once in a while, the giant lava tortoise would spit out countless flaming meteors, which could easily destroy a city. Why is it another Xian beast with such strong defense? On the back of the soaring sky rock, Song Suijing was unhappy. Although she was at the half-step origin core realm, her cultivation level increased too quickly. Her experience could not keep up, and her battle strength was much weaker than ordinary half-step origin core realm experts. It was a difficult task for her to fight the giant lava tortoise alone. Don't worry, I will follow you. As Yi Xian spoke, he directly handed over the Earth-grade nebula sword. This nebula sword is for you. Go and kill this giant tortoise. You're giving me an Earth-grade nebula sword? Song Suijing was stunned. An Earth-grade nebula sword was not something she could afford, but Yi Xian actually gave her an Earth-grade nebula sword so casually. This was a little too generous. Why are you so good to me? Song Suijing suddenly blinked her big eyes and looked at Yi Xian lovingly. Yi Xian smiled faintly and reached out to stroke Song Suijing's hair. I like you. Can't I? This answer also stunned Song Suijing. After a while, she regained her senses. Her small face was already red, and she did not dare to look at Yi Xian. Alright, if you want to repay me with your body, wait until we kill this giant tortoise. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he directly put his hand on Song Suijing's waist. With his left hand, he scooped Song Suijing up and carried her horizontally. So light, probably less than 50 kilograms. I didn't expect you to be so thin, but your chest is so full. Yi Xian glanced at Song Suijing's shining white chest, then directly jumped forward, jumping down from 100 meters in the air. Ah, what are you doing? When Song Suijing reacted, she was already in a state of weightlessness. Her white and tender arms subconsciously wrapped around Yi Xian's neck, and tightly pressed her chest against Yi Xian's neck as she cried out involuntarily. Bang! After Song Suijing, he gently put Song Suijing down, and then picked his ears. Great aunt, I'm going deaf. Who asked you to jump down without a greeting? Song Suijing panted heavily. She was scared to death. Even though she was a half-step origin core realm cultivator, she was still scared to death. Even if she was a half-step expert, she would still become a dead pig if she fell from 100 meters in the air. Most people would use martial arts to reduce the impact, but Yi Xian directly jumped down with her in his arms. She almost thought that she and Yi Xian would become a pair of lovebirds. No matter what, you are still a half-step origin core expert. How can you be so cowardly? Alright, let me see your strength. As long as you kill it, I will give you another surprise. Yi Xian turned his head and looked at the lava tortoise a few hundred meters away. Humph, watch me. Hearing the word surprise, Song Suijing's eyes lit up. She then took out the nebula sword and rushed toward the lava tortoise. As for Yi Xian, he quietly followed behind her. Although the lava tortoise's power was shocking, it was much easier to deal with compared to the two-headed poison tortoise. However, the lava tortoise's defense was much stronger than the two-headed poison tortoise's. Song Suijing was also not confident. When she got close to the lava tortoise, she slashed at it with her sword qi. Paw! This sword qi slashed at the lava tortoise's hind legs and was easily dispersed. There was no damage at all. Girl, do your best. Yi Xian cheered her on. He was also very helpless. Song Suijing had an earth-grade weapon, but she was still unable to break through the lava tortoise's defense. She was too weak. I don't know any earth-grade martial arts. Song Suijing said unhappily as she attacked. She slashed more than 10 times and could only barely break through the lava tortoise's skin. Alright, I will give you this surprise first. After saying that, a transparent seed suddenly appeared in Yi Xian's hand. After that, he threw it to Song Suijing. Song Suijing caught the translucent seed, then she asked curiously, "What is this?" "You'll know after you eat it," Yi Xian said with an indifferent smile on his face. This seed was actually a bloodline seed. That's right, a bloodline seed. And it was a high-ranked Sword Emperor bloodline. This was a function unlocked by the system after he broke through to the Divine Core realm. It allowed him to turn a bloodline seed into a bloodline seed. In simple words, other people could fuse with a bloodline seed, but each person could only eat one seed. To be exact, it was a type of seed. In order to make a bloodline seed, one had to pay 100 times the price of the corresponding bloodline. This Sword Emperor bloodline seed also squandered all of Yi Xian's devour points. This time, he had put in a lot of effort just to win a smile from this beauty. Song Suijing felt a little strange, but she trusted Yi Xian very much. Therefore, she swallowed the Sword Emperor bloodline seed without hesitation. In the next moment, 2 bright beams shot out from her eyes. Her aura instantly skyrocketed, and she became extremely fierce. Sword Emperor bloodline, fused successfully. Yi Xian, this is... Song Suijing opened her eyes wide and said in shock. This is a bloodline seed I obtained by chance, it is the Sword Emperor bloodline. From now on, your understanding of sword-type martial arts will increase, and the power of your sword-type martial arts will increase as well. Yi Xian said. Then, he suddenly thought of something and asked, just now, did you obtain the Sword Emperor's inheritance? How many Earth-rank martial arts did he teach you? And one of them is a mid-rank Earth-rank martial art. Song Suijing was completely stunned. She had heard that some mighty men would condense all their life's knowledge into a bloodline seed, and pass it on to others to be passed down. But, she never thought she would encounter one herself. Moreover, it was given to her by Yi Xian. What she did not understand was why Yi Xian would give her such a precious thing. Alright, don't just stand there like a fool. Let's kill this giant tortoise. Yi Xian's words woke Song Suijing up. She instantly came back to her senses. She had to kill this giant tortoise first. Heaven Splitter Sword. Song Suijing's eyes turned cold. After a while, she directly slashed at the giant tortoise's thick hind legs. This move was the mid-rank Earth-rank martial art in the Sword Emperor bloodline. It was extremely powerful. Whoosh whoosh. This slash was extremely fast. Ordinary people would not be able to react in time. It directly swept past the giant tortoise's hind legs and easily cut it into 2. What? Song Suijing opened her mouth wide. In order to use this mid-rank earth-rank martial art, she had already used up all her Jindan essence and replenished a lot of her celestial chi. However, the power of this move was already beyond her imagination. Plop! The giant tortoise had been moving before. Now that its hind legs were cut off, it suddenly lost its balance and sat down. End of chapter. Chapter 2:18. However, in the next moment, Yi Xian's expression changed as well. Oh no, it's going to erupt. Quickly hide below, Yi Xian hurriedly shouted. Song Suijing looked at the giant lava tortoise's trembling tortoise shell that emitted loud rumbling sounds. He instantly reacted and hid under the tortoise shell with Yi Xian. Splash! The lava tortoise's hind limb, which was at least 10 meters in diameter, was bleeding profusely. At this moment, the lava tortoise suddenly shuddered. Rumble! Rumble! Although they couldn't see it, Yi Xian and Song Suijing could hear it. Above their heads, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The sound was so loud that it sounded like the sky was about to collapse. A few seconds later, they saw a few burning boulders smashing into the ground in the distance. Flaming boulders fell one after another, and the ground began to tremble violently. Fortunately, this lava tortoise was still in the wild. If it was near the city, it would have caused a huge disaster. Rumble! The flaming boulders continued to rain down. After the lava tortoise spewed hundreds of flaming boulders, it shuddered again and let out a comfortable roar. At this moment, this area was already riddled with holes. There were flaming boulders everywhere, and the temperature had risen by at least 10 degrees. Oh no, hurry up and get out. This lava tortoise is going to retreat into its shell. Yi Xian's expression changed again. One had to know that Song Suijing had chopped off the tortoise's hind legs earlier. Tortoises were more timid. Even if this lava tortoise was a celestial beast, it would still retreat into its shell in the face of danger. At this moment, Yi Xian hurriedly pulled Song Suijing away. As expected, the moment they left the bottom of the shell, the lava tortoise's head and limbs retracted, and its shell came into close contact with the ground. If Yi Xian and Song Suijing had been a little slower, they would have been crushed to death. Song Suijing glanced at the lava tortoise, then turned to look at Yi Xian. Yi Xian, what do we do now? I've used up all the Jindan essence in my body. I don't even have half of my celestial chi left. Middle grade earth level martial arts is for you. It said that it's too draining and that you can only use it once. So, I'll have to do it. As Yi Xian said, he pulled Song Suijing to the lava tortoise. Give me the nebula sword. Yi Xian extended his hand. Song Suijing quickly handed the sword over. Following that, Yi Xian revealed an extremely confident smile and said, Next, I'll let you, this girl, see my true strength. As he spoke, the elixir essence in his body started to circulate rapidly and condensed on the nebula sword. Sky-breaking slash. Yi Xian shouted out loudly. He slashed down with the sword in his hand. A 12-meter-long sword beam cut through the ground and headed straight for the lava tortoise. In the next moment, Song Suijing was completely shocked. The sword beam flashed and cut through the lava tortoise's body, splitting it in half. The lava tortoise's body was cut in half along with its shell. Blood immediately gushed out like a flood. Killing a lava tortoise with an extremely strong defense with a single strike, even an initial Mortal Core warrior couldn't do it. Yi Xian had just broken through to the Mortal Core realm, and this was his true strength. Terrifying. He has just broken through to the Mortal Core realm, but he already has the power to destroy the heavens and earth. If he is at the 4th realm of the spirit realm, does that mean he can destroy a mountain with a single punch? Yi Xian thought to himself. He was just pretending just now. He estimated that he could kill the lava tortoise, but he wouldn't be able to cut it in half. However, he never expected his strength to be so strong. An earth weapon, a mid-rank earth martial skill, a sword emperor bloodline, and a divine core warrior. All of these factors had given him the ability to kill the lava tortoise. Humph, you abnormal freak, only you can kill a Xian beast with a single strike. Song Suijing was stunned for a moment before she finally regained her senses. She was no longer surprised by this. Hee hee. Yi Xian let out an indifferent laugh. He quickly walked over and devoured the lava tortoise. After that, he handed the Xian beast's core to Song Suijing. You killed this lava tortoise, are you really going to give me the Xian beast's core? Song Suijing blinked her big eyes and asked. I've already given you the Sword Emperor's bloodline seed, what's a Xian beast's core? Yi Xian was puzzled. A Sword Emperor's bloodline seed was much more valuable than a Xian beast's core. If he were to sell it, the Sword Emperor's bloodline seed would definitely be a hit. Many people would fight over it, and the price would be at least 10 million mid-rank crystal stones. However, this bloodline seed was the same as a top-tier bloodline seed, it was unique. In other words, he couldn't exchange for the Sword Emperor's bloodline seed anymore, he could only exchange for it once. Song Suijing took the Xian beast's core. After a short pause, she asked shyly, do you really like me? What? You don't believe me? Yi Xian asked with a surprised expression. What if you're a womanizer? Song Suijing asked again. If I'm a womanizer, then just accept your fate. Also, if you don't agree, then spit out the bloodline seed and give it back to me. Oh, and the 6 yuan pill. Yi Xian stretched out his hand. You bastard. Song Suijing cursed angrily. However, she knew Yi Xian was just joking. In fact, she wasn't ready yet. Therefore, after hesitating for a moment, she said, if you can help me break through to the divine core realm in 2 days, then I'll agree. She suddenly didn't know what to say. If I can help you break through to the divine core realm in 2 days, then you'll agree to be my wife. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. What do you mean by be your wife? That sounds so bad. If you can do it, then I'll think about it. Song Suijing pouted. What? Think about it. Yi Xian said, how about this, I'll help you break through to the divine core realm in 1 day, then you'll marry me. What do you think? You're pushing your luck again, Song Suijing subconsciously blurted out. However, she felt it was impossible. Normally, a half-step origin core warrior would be able to absorb a Xian beast's core after cultivating it to the maximum. But, it would take a long time, at least a few months. The reason why Yi Xian could break through to the divine core realm in 1 day was because of his physique. Therefore, Song Suijing didn't think it was possible. Alright, if you can help me break through to the divine core realm in 1 day, then I'll marry you, you bastard. Song Suijing agreed without hesitation, because she felt it was impossible. Deal. Yi Xian was overjoyed. He immediately summoned the soaring sky rock, then he flew back to the Great Tang Dynasty's imperial capital. He estimated that by the time he returned to the Great Tang Dynasty's imperial capital, Song Suijing would be able to break through to the divine core realm. Don't tell me you really have a way. Riding on the soaring sky rock's back, Song Suijing looked at Yi Xian's confident expression, and couldn't help but ask. End of chapter. Chapter 219. What can I do? Do you think I'll agree? With a smile on his face, Yi Xian took out a pill from his devouring space. That elixir had cost him 5 billion devouring points. He had used up all his devouring points before this, but after breaking through to the divine core realm, he had devoured all the corpses and crystals in his devouring space. But now, he was once again a poor man. What is this? Song Suijing asked curiously. Don't worry about it, just swallow it. Yi Xian replied. Song Suijing felt a little uneasy. I'm not eating it. Great aunt, are you going back on your word? Swallow it. Yi Xian's expression changed. Without hesitation, he shoved the pill and dark beast inner core into Song Suijing's mouth. You want to go back on your word? No way. Ugh, you scoundrel. Before Song Suijing could react, the pill had been swallowed. After that, she could feel some changes happening in her body. Inner core. Inner core was continuously flowing out from her body, and was converging towards her dantian. This is forming a mortal core. Song Suijing was shocked. Silly girl, hurry up and absorb it, don't waste this divine pill. Yi Xian's voice entered her ears. But now, she couldn't care less. Since she had already eaten the pill, she couldn't just waste it. This pill was bought by Yi Xian with 5 billion devouring points. It could increase the speed of absorbing a dark beast inner core by 100 times. Normally, it would take at least 3 months for someone to absorb a dark beast inner core, but Song Suijing's talent was pretty good, that's why it took her less than 3 months. With this pill and Yi Xian's help, Song Suijing only spent half a day to form a mortal core and break through to the divine core realm. Ha ha ha, you'll have to call me husband from now on. Somewhere in the skies of Great Tang Dynasty, a hearty laughter was echoing. The owner of this laughter was Yi Xian. How is this possible? It's only been half a day. Song Suijing was so shocked that she couldn't speak. She didn't expect a miracle to happen again. In just half a day's time, she had broken through from the half-step origin core realm to the mortal core realm. No one would believe this. You tricked me again. Song Suijing glared at Yi Xian. What do you mean by tricking you? You were the one who agreed. Yi Xian rolled his eyes. Damn it. Song Suijing was so angry that she gritted her teeth. She wanted to bite Yi Xian to death. Now you are my fiancé. Not bad, to be able to marry a princess of a dynasty as my wife. I have profited. Yi Xian stood up and sized up Song Suijing with a strange look. The latter's figure was indeed good, even better than Huaying of the Profound Sun Empire's general's mansion. She had breasts and buttocks, her skin was white, and her legs were long. If he had to give a score to Song Suijing, Yi Xian would definitely give her 100 points. You bad guy, don't look at me like that. Song Suijing's face turned red from being stared at by Yi Xian. What's wrong? Can't I look at my fiancé? Yi Xian walked behind Song Suijing, then he suddenly sat down and hugged her from behind, causing her to tremble in fear. Don't move, just let me hug you. Yi Xian whispered into Song Suijing's ears. Song Suijing couldn't resist Yi Xian, and now that her ears were being blown by Yi Xian, her bones went soft, and she collapsed into Yi Xian's arms. You can't let me down. Song Suijing hesitated for a moment, then she finally said it. Although her voice was soft, Yi Xian heard it clearly. Yi Xian responded softly, then suddenly pressed Song Suijing under his body and planted a kiss on her cherry lips. By the time Song Suijing reacted, it was already too late. Yi Xian had already succeeded. Her first thought was to push Yi Xian away, but that was just a thought. Then, she closed her eyes and took the initiative to wrap her arms around Yi Xian's neck. This was her first time, and after enjoying it, she was immediately addicted to it. Yi Xian caressed her face as he sucked on her rosy lips. Then, his hand started to wander down her body again. Song Suijing didn't have time to react before Yi Xian undid her belt. Being on the back of a flying spirit beast wasn't something an ordinary person could experience. Song Suijing was scared half to death. Just as she was about to push Yi Xian's hand away, a deafening roar suddenly rang out in the calm sky. This roar frightened Yi Xian. He quickly turned his head to look, but he didn't see anything. Song Suijing asked with a flushed face, "What's that sound?" "It should be some kind of spirit beast." "Damn it, how dare you disturb my good time." "Continue," Yi Xian said, then kissed her again. But it didn't take long for the roar to ring out again. This time, the blood in his body started to boil. "No, this is a mystical beast." Yi Xian licked his lips and said with a frown. Song Suijing was also surprised. She asked, "Didn't the Tang dynasty only have 2 mystical beasts?" "Yes, maybe the remnants of the beast god sect forcefully raised another one." Yi Xian nodded. But in the next moment, he realized a problem. The sound came from in front of them. And in front of them was the Tang dynasty's imperial capital. Could it be the one under the Tang dynasty's imperial palace? Yi Xian said in shock. The imperial palace. After Song Suijing heard this, she suddenly remembered that Yi Xian said he heard a beast's roar coming from under the imperial palace. This beast god sect doesn't feel normal. Fly faster. Yi Xian felt a little uneasy. The soaring rock also understood. It immediately let out a shriek and started to fly at full speed. As for Yi Xian, he wasn't in the mood to tease Song Suijing. He had a feeling that the Tang dynasty was going to face a great disaster this time, a disaster that was even greater than the countless beast hordes. With the soaring rock's full speed, Yi Xian finally arrived at the Tang dynasty's imperial capital when night fell. But, just as they were about to enter the imperial capital, the soaring rock suddenly landed. "What's going on?" "I didn't ask you to land," Yi Xian asked with a surprised expression. The soaring rock opened its mouth and let out a shriek. After breaking through to the divine core realm, Yi Xian's mid-rank 100 beasts bloodline had leveled up to myriad beasts. Now, he had a very strong sense for demon beasts and spirit beasts, and he could roughly understand their language. "You're saying you're scared? There's a creature in the imperial capital that is much stronger than you?" Yi Xian asked. The soaring rock nodded its head. "Alright, I can feel it too. You can go to that mountain and wait there, we'll go there ourselves." Yi Xian didn't insist. After that, he brought Song Suijing and rushed towards the Tang dynasty's imperial capital. End of chapter.